Welcome to Unscrew the News. It's Bruce Scholl. This is 7-Eleven, not really 7-Eleven, but this is 7-Eleven Daily. And we're going to obviously be doing something a little bit different. We're going to be covering the world's greatest health show coming from Saskatoon today, day 13 of the world's greatest health show. I hope you're enjoying it and getting some great information. I know I am. It's been fantastic. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for participating and obviously gaining some information and sharing that. So I want to remind you, I did a short interview with Shawn today before they went live, and I'll be sharing that a little bit later on. But I just wanted to remind you of some things. So we need to get participatory. Yeah, we need to participate in this. I guess, charter of health. We need to make sure that we're reaching out. There's so many great resources on their website, NHPPA.org. And there's letters that you can send to your MPs. There's posters that you can print off and remind people to participate in this. You can send those letters, send it out to your social media to remind people to tune in and to get out to the local and live events. So tonight it's going to be in Saskatoon. Actually, it's happening right now in Saskatoon if you're happy to be there. But just follow along with the tour. I'm trying to also restream as much as I can. So I've gone back. This is not live, but there is some great footage that I'm going to show on here. I'm also, like I said, I'm going to air the short interview I had with Shawn and some great insights into what they've learned in the process. So I appreciate you being here. I am so blessed, and you are as well, so blessed to have you and have this opportunity. God bless you all. Thank you very much for being here. Let's get to the show tonight. And like I said, I'll air that interview as soon as I can. Thank you.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Diane Elms with me. Diane, welcome to the health show.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here.
And Dan, there's a whole bunch of letters behind your name. Do you want to just explain what they are? I don't want to go into your background yet. I want to then go into your personal health story. But
Right.
Just some people might be going, well, what the heck do those letters stand for?
So they mean, I'm going to look at my diploma, Diploma of Homeopathic Medicine and Health Sciences. So those are the initials.
So for those of you wondering what the heck those mean, that's what that means. Now, Diane, you had no intention of becoming a homeopathic doctor. You were working as a professional photographer.
Correct. Now I have to correct you right there and then. You're not allowed to call me a doctor.
Oh, right. Because we have censorship.
Correct.
So what am I supposed to call you? Like a homeopathic practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. So thank goodness I'm in a different province and your college can't go after me personally, hopefully.
Or me.
So, yeah, and that in itself is, it's interesting, and that like a lot of people don't know that in the area of health, that there is so much control over what can be said. So in an effort to kind of get the public to just think one way, that it's staggering, but that's one of them. But let's get into your story. So you're working as a professional photographer. So this is what you're doing for a living. And something happened. Do you want to share with us your health journey?
Right. And in fact, right behind me there is actually up on the wall. That's actually my certificates from being a professional photographer and within my association. So I've been a photographer for many years, and I was lifting equipment out of my car, and I felt like I must have pinched a nerve or something because my arms started to tingle. And I'd gone to chiropractic care, which I believe in, for many years. And but within a couple of days, my tingling from my arms and my arms went into my legs. And so my chiropractor said, and I knew that that wasn't normal, that it to go to all 4 limbs. And so from there, pain, very painful, spasms, and spasms were incredible. And I had the tingling and pain, less mobility. And you have to understand, I'd been athletic all my life, a very active mom, 3 children, bicycle, baseball, rollerblading, everything.
Well, let's also comment, you're 35 at the time. Like you're a young woman.
Yes, at the time. I'm not 35 now. Yes. So at the time, I'm 35 years old. I need my income, and I have 3 beautiful children, my husband. And so things were not going well. I continued, seeking help. I eventually went to my family doctor, who basically...
I'm going to slow things down here. Okay. So when you say tingling, you were actually getting that, I think it's called pins and needles, where you,
Correct.
Like you've fallen asleep on your arm type thing, and it hurts. Like we've all experienced that.
Yes.
So you were actually getting this pins and needles sensation in both your arms and your legs. So it would never stop.
Correct. 24/7. It was on all the time.
Right. And my understanding is this became such a problem. You were having difficulty walking.
Correct. Everything. I was just fatigued out because everything I did took so much effort. I had no strength left. Literally, as time went on, not right in the beginning, but as time went on, I got to the point where I literally would have to say in my mind, okay, lift your leg to walk, lift your leg to walk. And that's how I walked. Everything became painful. Everything was exhausting. And there were days when getting up, walking down the stairs, getting myself ready was my entire day. It just was all I could do to do that. Yeah, during that period.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand. You basically became disabled, right?
Correct.
You stopped working.
Yes. And you know what's very difficult for people to understand is they looked at me and I looked the same, but physically, mentally, and emotionally, I was not the same person. But they look at you, so they're like, well, I don't see any difference in you. But there was a huge difference.
Right. So you're in this pain. So you've got this pins and needles in both your arms and your legs.
Mm-hmm.
You're finding yourself incredibly fatigued. So like my understanding is if you even had to go up a flight of stairs, like
correct,
that's it. You are now exhausted.
Correct.
You might as well have run a race.
Correct.
So you have no energy. You cannot work. What's happening to you, mentally?
So I would say that I did go into depression for a bit, and depression is not even a word in my vocabulary. Prior to that happening, it was not even a word in my vocabulary. That's just not who I am. But I understand that now to help, my clients to understand what that is. It's a hopeless feeling when you're told by doctors and specialists and you have all these tests done, of which I had 21 different tests and specialists that I went to and was told that I have no answers for you. And this is what you're going to have to live with. You're going to be in pain. You may end up in a wheelchair. So
weren't you told that more emphatically you're going to end up in a wheelchair?
Exactly. That's what I was told. Yes. That, I was going to end up in a wheelchair. And so if I could jump forward a tiny little bit, there's ribbons on the back of my wall here, and above it is a plaque. And after I did all the things I did, I remember putting that bib down. I did a 5K walk run, and I put that bib down on the truck, in our truck, on the seat, and I cried. And I said, what if I had bought into what I was told?
So let's back up. So you're going to your medical doctor, you're being referred to specialists.
Yeah.
Like over about a 1.5 year period, you are done 21 different tests
and
where they're trying to figure out if, if they can help you.
Correct.
did the mainstream medical system have any answers for you saying, hey, we can get you well by doing this or doing
None
that?
whatsoever. And I even had a biopsy, a muscle biopsy done of both my arms and my legs. And when the only answer I ever had, or it was not an answer because it wasn't anything for me, but I was recommended to take painkillers and antidepressants. And the ridiculous thing is that they were covered by my husband's healthcare benefits, but all the things that I truly needed to do, which I ended up doing, were not covered, and we paid for ourselves. So, you know, it's just bizarre how our healthcare system or how extended healthcare benefits are.
Right. So because I think we're all familiar with the government funded healthcare system that we can access and we don't have to pay for. So you were offered two things. You were offered antidepressants.
Yeah.
And you were offered painkillers.
Right.
And and in some provinces you have to pay, you know, part or all of your prescription costs. But in your case, your husband's medical plan fully covered the chemical drugs.
Correct.
But didn't cover the non-chemical treatments that you ended up accessing that actually worked for you. But
Correct.
Just back to the chemical drugs. So the doctors are telling you after a year and a half and 21 different tests, we actually can't solve your problem.
Correct.
But we can manage the depression that's resulting with antidepressants. And we can help you manage the pain you're in with chemical, you know, pain relievers.
Yeah. So not only just at the end of it, but during the whole thing, all the specialists, all the doctors, that's all they had to offer. And I did try them. So I was desperate. I did try them. They made me feel worse than.
You mean the antidepressants?
And the painkillers. They actually made me feel worse. They put me in a fog. Yeah, it was awful. They did not help any part, not mentally, physically, or emotionally. They made me worse.
You know, can I just segue? Because you said put you in a fog, and I assume you're meaning the antidepressants. Is, you know, years ago I had on the stand a psychiatrist named Dr. Charles Popper. And he is a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School. He teaches doctors how to become child and adolescent psychiatrists. Mm-hmm. And he's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology and was its editor for 10 years. And he's on the stand. And I'm actually asking him, well, hey, you know, if you got bipolar disorder, would you, you know, go through the chemical treatments, or would you, you know, would you try this on trial was this product called Empower Plus, which was a vitamin and mineral supplement that he actually used in his practice to treat bipolar disorder. And he sat for a long time. And when he answered, he said, well, no, I tried to, I would take Empower Plus. But he had said in his testimony that he underestimated, as he's transferring patients to Empower Plus, because he'd give people the option. He said 100% of the patients came back to him and said, you know, I'm out of a fog, and just describing just how slowed down their mental capacity was. And he says psychiatrists underestimate how much of a fog, and it's your word that brought that out to me, how much of a fog people are under. What was that like when you were on the antidepressants?
Awful, because your mind is like, your mind isn't your mind. And so your physical body is already, you know, depleted. And now your mental emotional state is like, and like for me, I need to be in control of my body and thoughts. Like, I don't like to be out of control. I am not a drinker, like, because I don't like that feeling. Like, I don't want to be out of full control of my mind and my body.
Okay. So you're in a bit of a bind now then, because, you know, you're probably now 36 and a half, 37. You've been sick for a year and a half. The doctors don't have any answers, but you're disabled. You're not able to work.
Right.
You're in incredible pain.
Yeah.
You're exhausted. We're even going up a flight of stairs is going to wipe you out.
Yeah.
You're worried about going into a wheelchair because the doctors are saying, no, you're most likely going to end up in a wheelchair. And you're not happy with that as a state of affairs. What happens?
So, and I think we need to add into there. So I was self-employed. And so now I'm in a financial situation too, even though I took out insurance because there was no diagnosis, the insurance is saying, well, there's no diagnosis, we can't pay you. So you put finances on top of the stress that you were already under with your body. And like, that's incredibly even more exhausting, on top of it. And I think a lot of people get into that as well. So, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Well, no, it's there's no interrupting because it's your story, and so anything that comes to mind is absolutely important. But now you started to find answers. Do you want to share with us what happened?
So somebody had mentioned to me about going to see an iridologist, but the way they said it was you're going to go for a reading. Well, I'm a born again Christian. I don't go for readings. I don't do.
But back then, you're not really that there yet, are you? Or
no, I'm no. Well, I understand, the concept, right? But I don't understand everything in the, the spiritual realm. Let's put it that way, right? But I do understand that when you say a reading, I would never go for a psychic reading. I would never go and do tarot cards. So, that reading word just kind of freaked me out. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that.
Yep.
But then, though, I'm desperate. I am now desperate, right? And so with that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. And if it's weird, I'll leave. Well, it made a lot of sense to me. It just made a lot of sense to me to understand my eye color, my eye structure, and nutrition that I needed because of my eye color and my eye structure and all of that. And so I started doing the recommendations this person told me to do. And I started to feel better. And one of the biggest things.
What did the person tell you to do? And then once you share that, I'm going to back up and say, can you explain for people what iridology is in the first place?
Okay.
Right?
So because I have brown eyes, I am digestion is a weakness, a genetic weakness. And because I'm what's called an anxiety tetanic structure type, that means I'm a neuromuscular person, a thinker and a doer. And so that combination, I actually was not being able to absorb enough proteins to then regenerate my muscles in my body. And one of the issues was I wasn't taking amino acids to then be allowed my body to take in the protein and utilize my protein to use up the muscle, what I needed to make muscles. Because the thing is, I was always an A-type personality, and I lived with a lot of stress. I had a lot of things happen in my background. In my younger years, I was carrying a lot of emotional baggage, let's just put it that way. And so all of that played a part on my body. And sometimes I believe for me being ill made me sit down, rest, and listen to the Lord. That's what I feel. So I look at it like a blessing, even though it was terrible to go through. I look at it now as a blessing, and I utilize that because now I look down the road to everything I do. It just led me on my journey to everything I do now. So I'm going to turn around and grab a chart to show you what iridology is. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do that. And then we're going to switch back to your health journey.
Okay.
But it's just, you used a term, and some of the people watching, like I know when I first learned about that, really it was a friend of mine who was a master herbalist who also had training in iridology. And I just thought it was first of all, I didn't know what it was. And then I thought, well, that's kind of odd. But you're going to explain actually how it made a huge difference for you. Right. And you see it make a huge difference for a bunch of other people. So I think it's important for people to understand what we're talking about. So iridology is being able to look at a chart and being able to look in a person's eye. I still do all mine manually with a magnifying glass and a light. I don't use fancy computers and all that kind of stuff. I just do it manually by looking in the iris of the eye, looking at different colors.
if it's a dark mark, it generally means it's been there a long time, and that's a potential issue. White marks generally mean pain and inflammation. So just even with that alone, and understanding in the different areas where the different parts of the body are, both left and right, I mean, I was able to see and learn, okay, so this is your back, this is your ovaries, this is, whatever part of the body. Thyroid is a big one.
Can I just back up? So the theory is that when you have something going on health-wise in your body, good or bad, it shows up in the iris of your eye.
Correct.
And so that can be read almost like a map to give some indications of, well, wait a second, we should consider this.
Correct.
We should consider that.
And so I've also changed my language. I don't ever call it, I can read it. I call it an evaluation. Just because really that's such a, a word, right? Reading. So, and so that was Bernard Jensen. And then this is the international style of iridology, which is around the world. It's utilized around the world. So yeah, by looking in the iris of the eye, it actually is a neuro-optic reflex of through your spinal column and your nerves to the iris of the eye to tell you what's going on. So I look at it like this. I look at it like, I think God's pretty smart. I know I'm sounding sarcastic, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. God's pretty smart that he would give us an evaluation tool to actually be able to see what's going on in the body without having to do invasive surgery and invasive testing on people.
Some people watching this, I know, will be thinking, that just sounds off to me, right? Like that you could, and I'm of the camp. No, I accept this. Something came to mind. Somebody else I heard where it's not about the iris, but it would surprise people to hear. So I'd listened to a lecture from a Dr. Jerry Tennant. And Dr. Tennant was a big name eye surgeon. So he was the very first eye surgeon that did cataract surgery as a day surgery, right? Where you didn't have to spend a night or two at the hospital. And he was doing a clinical trial on one of these lasers that correct the eyes. So you have to do clinical trials before they get approved. So he's running this clinical trial and he breathes in a virus that had been vaporized from the eye tissue, and it disables him. And it disables him cognitively, so that maybe on a given day, he would have enough presence of mind to be able to read a newspaper, but for the rest of the day, like for maybe 2-hour window max. Okay. So he became both physically and cognitively disabled. And, he's a big name doctor. The medical system can't solve his problem. The big and brightest minds can't solve his problem. So after being disabled for a while, he decided, okay, in that 2-hour window I have, I'm just going to start researching. What do I need to do? And for him, it came down to cellular health. He was the first guy who I ever heard said, don't eat canola oil, and here's why, right? So, but now he runs a general medical practice, I think in Texas. The last time I had communication with him, he was in Texas.
Okay.
But he said, when somebody comes to him with a chronic illness, the first question he asks is, where's your root canals?
Yes.
And he says literally 100% of the time that they have a root canal in the tooth that the ancient Chinese practitioners linked to that organ system.
Correct.
Now, as somebody, raised in the Western world, I think that's really weird that thousands of years ago, the Chinese would link organs to teeth in the first place. Like, what are you talking about here? Right. But here that we have, a high level, eye surgeon who's now got a medical practice, and he's learned if somebody has chronic illness, that's the first thing I ask. And for whatever reason, that story came to mind, because I know some people are going to be skeptical that our eye can be a map. But you went to somebody, you used your eye as a map, and you were told, do this, do this, do this. What happened? You're disabled.
I started to get better. Physically started to get better. And, and more things happened. And like I said, I truly believe that I needed to slow down in order to hear from the Lord. So, with that, I also had to work on not just my physical body, but my mental emotional state as well. And emotions and things from the past. And when I work with clients now, one of the main things I talk about is, and I go over, what are traumas in your life? And we talk about it. So because your emotions and things that have happened in your life play a big part on your health. And when people can't make that connection, I feel sorry for them, because emotional state plays a big part on the physical body. And so I'd gone through lots of things that had happened when I was younger, lots of things that shouldn't happen to little girls when they're younger that did happen. Some of it I didn't even know about until I started praying and started asking for truth to be revealed. And I started on that journey, and which brought me to having to forgive, understanding forgiveness. And that's a big part of what I do in connecting my clients nowadays is it's not just about the physical body.
I want to go back to something, but remind me if I forget that we get back to the topic of forgiveness. Okay. So just, both of us are going to try and remember to go back there, but I just wanted to emphasize. So you're basically told, listen, you need to take amino acids. And so you start taking them. You also had to make diet changes. My understanding is that it took about a year and a half, but you became fully well.
Pain-free within a year and a half. It didn't happen just overnight.
I understand. It took a while for your body to come back, but not just pain-free, but you got your energy back.
Correct. Slowly.
You became active again.
Started coming back. Yes.
And the spasms went away. We're always having these muscle spasms.
Yes.
So you went from being disabled
and told I may
being
never
told
walk
you're going to end up in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
To basically being a healthy young woman again.
Right. And at the age of 60, which I'm 66 now, I ran my first marathon. And I've ran 5 marathons since the age of 60.
Okay. No, that's pretty cool. So now, and we're just parking forgiveness for a second. We're going to come back there. But early on in your journey, and this is part of the beginning of the forgiveness journey. But you started to get well, and somehow you got where you were going to go to some new church.
Right. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was a new church to me. I'd never even heard of it. And somebody had said to me, but actually the whole story is, and it's in my book, this gentleman comes up to me and says, and he's terrified. The look on his face, he's terrified. And he says to me, "Oh my, I had a dream about you." Now, I'm a young woman, right? And I'm thinking, oh yeah, I've heard that line before.
Oh, so just what, you don't know this person?
I do not know this person.
So you're out and about and somebody approaches you and they're clearly nervous.
Oh yes, he's clearly
because they're stepping out of their comfort zone right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So he comes up to me and I can tell that this guy is, he's for real, right? And he goes, "Oh my goodness, I had a dream about you." And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, that's a line. And he goes, "No, I had a dream about you. You have on exactly what you had on in the dream. And I was to tell you something." And he was shaking. And he says, "Because I forget what I was supposed to tell you." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's good." Right. And we're standing there. And then I go, "Okay, well, let's just keep chatting and see what happens." Right. So eventually he tells me, "I had a dream and you're supposed to go to this church in Toronto." And I wrote the name down because I always get it messed. So give me 1 second.
No, and do you live in Toronto at the time?
No. We lived in Dundas at the time when all this happened.
Okay.
Yeah, in Dundas, Ontario. So he said, "You need to go to the Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship Church." And I'm like, okay, never heard of it. And so I'm like, okay, thank you very much for your information. Because really, truly, how many times does someone walk up to you and say, "You need to go to this church," right? That they have a dream.
How many times does somebody come up to you and they're visibly shaken?
And they say, "I had a dream about you." Yeah,
they're really not wanting to engage, but they feel obligated. And they say, "I had a dream about you. You're wearing exactly what you're wearing now." Like, oh my gosh.
Right.
And I'm supposed to tell you something.
Right.
Like that. that hasn't happened to me ever. So,
well, I could tell you that those types of things have actually happened to me many, many times. And so hold that thought. I'd like to tell you another story, but let me finish this one, okay? So I go, okay, so days pass by, and I'll be honest and tell you that freaky things started to happen. Every time I turned the TV on, Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship was on the TV. And I'm like, never seen this show before. And why is it there now? Right? And whatever, next time, if I turn the TV on, guess what's on? Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship. I'm like, okay, I don't need to be told too many times, right? Although I'm like, what's going on? So I'm trying to convince my daughter, who at the time was 10 years old. And I'm like, oh, please come with me, because big, brave mom doesn't want to go by herself, right? And I don't want to tell too many people I want to go there, because like, who's going to believe me? Seriously, who's going to believe me, right? So we go, and the gentleman says, it's Wednesday. Normally we don't do healings on Wednesday, but I feel that there's someone here that has an issue with their arms and their legs, and they've come here tonight for healing. And my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I'm like, I am not.
I'll just stop. This is, you've been to the urologist, but you're not healed yet.
No. I've started to get better, but I'm still have lots of issues still going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I just wanted people to understand. Yeah. You actually, you're still there.
Right. Yeah. And it's within that period of a year and a half of getting well. Right. It didn't happen overnight. And there's other things that happened in between that I believe the Lord opened the door to allow everything to happen. So, they're dancing, they're falling down, these people at this church, people are waving flags, and I am not used to any of that. Okay. That's just totally out of my comfort zone. I think these people are weird. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, and I tell this in my book, so this isn't new. So I'm sitting there, and my daughter's like, Mom, that's you. I go, I am not walking up there. Those people, there must be magnets in the floor pushing them down. There must be fans knocking them over.
So can I just fill in this and tell me where I get this wrong? So the person preaching is basically describing you and saying, please come forward for healing. Yeah. And you're not going, and your daughter's saying that's you, and you're saying I'm not going. But some people do go to the front for healing.
Correct. Yes.
And at the front, some of them are falling down onto the ground.
Yes.
And so that's what you mean when you say they're falling down. They go to the front. Yes. These aren't people just standing in the chairs. These are people that go to the front. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Nope.
And you're thinking, this is craziness. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing real about this.
Correct.
There's magnets on the floor. Something like that's what's going through your mind. You're going, well, there can't be something spiritual happening. There's got to be some smoke and mirrors explanation for this.
Exactly what I was thinking. So then the pastor goes to the front of the church again. Says, no, the person's still not up here. They need to come forward. They have, their arms and legs. There's tingling. They have spasms. They have pain. Blah blah blah. And my
describing you to a T.
Correct. And my daughter's hitting me. Mom, didn't we come here because you wanted to be healed? And I'm like, I am not walking to the front of this church. These people are 3 times this happens. And then my daughter goes.
So 2 more times. So he said it the first time. Mm-hmm. He said it the second time, the person's still not here. And he said it a third time, the person still hasn't come up, even though more people would have come up with the second time.
Correct.
Okay.
So my daughter's like, Mom, you made me come here. Now you get up there. So I start to walk up the front. My arms are crossed. Like, I am not taking part of this. This is just baloney. I don't even make it to the front of the church. I'm walking up the aisle. I'm close to the front. Don't even make it to the front. And I go down in the spirit. Now I know what to call it. Now, I know some people might think that's weird, but literally I went down. Never hurt myself.
Not voluntarily.
Oh, no. All the way up there, I kept saying, nope, I am not going down. I'm going to prove these people wrong. That's literally what went through my mind. So I've understood if the Lord wants you, he wants you, right? You just better you know, get a grasp
So
of
what
it and
what
understand.
happened after that? Because my understanding is that, like, it's not like you're healed at that service, but something started.
Oh,
Something
absolutely.
was happening, and you were. So tell me about that.
Yeah. So I go down, I'm laying on the carpet, and I can hear everything that's going on around me, but I start physically shaking. And so I don't, and I think I was there for about 15 minutes because I asked my daughter when I came back and sat down with her, and she goes, "Oh, Mom, you were like shaking like a crazy woman laying there on the floor." Because you got her, she's 10, she's never seen this before either, right? And so, but so my healing exponentially jumped forward. So I didn't have pain anymore. Like, even though I was starting to come out of pain by doing nutritional things and stuff like that, it was an exponential jump. And then it wasn't just exponential in my physical body, it was exponential in my journey with the Lord.
Right,
Yeah.
because you were basically told, weren't you, or you came to understand you're supposed to now start training in this stuff.
So sorry.
Well, didn't you come to understand that you were kind of supposed to become a healer, like just be trained to help other people, or did I get that wrong?
I don't think anybody ever said that to me at that point in time. No. But I just, as my journey has gone on, absolutely, I know what the Lord has, gifted me in to do, right? And
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
you start training, right?
Yes. So I took the iridology course, and then I upgraded to take the international course, and I actually upgraded and became a teacher in Canada. And in 2006, I won the Iridologist of the Year award, not because I'm any better than anybody else, but I promoted iridology and I believed in it and I wanted people healed. And then that's what I started doing. Is I started so 1998, I think I took my first course. And with that course in iridology, I also took a master nutrition course. So nutrition goes right along with what you see in the iris of the eye and things that you need to do. So I've had that background, and I've been working in natural health care since 1998. So when I first took my first course, and then I've just continued with more learning and more avenues to be able to help people. And then I went back to school when I turned 50 to get my diploma in homeopathic medicine and medical health sciences.
Right. And that was a further 3 years of study, as I understand.
Correct. Driving to Toronto, I did over 100,000 kilometers in 3 years. Yeah. My poor husband.
So, and then you also, as I understand it, do live blood analysis.
Correct.
And do you want to just explain for those maybe explain what that is for people that don't understand?
So I'm pointing here because this is where my microscope is. It is just a prick of your finger, just like you would do if you were testing for blood sugars. And it goes under a microscope and you have a look at it. And so I actually had a client say to me, have you ever heard of Gaston Nasson? Now, I might not be pronouncing his name correctly, but he's a biochemist out of Quebec. And he did live blood, and he came up with a product called 714X, which is an immunotherapy. And that's how I got introduced to it. It was actually a client of mine said, you would be really interested. I suggest you read his books and you go from there. And he's one, this guy has stood by his products, which have healed.
Right, but let's skip 714X now. It's just live blood analysis.
Yep.
You basically it's called live blood because you've just pricked it. The blood is still alive. Yep. It's still fluid. Things are still moving around under the microscope.
Correct.
And in real time, you look and see what's there. Because sometimes you're seeing things that aren't just red blood cells. Sometimes they don't look normal. So you're able to tell a lot just in real time what's happening by someone's blood.
Correct. Yeah. So that's a great benefit to be able to then know nutritionally and what's going on in their body.
Okay. So that's kind of your training. Now, I don't want us to lose this forgiveness angle because it's really another part of your training is because you were saying earlier, basically what's happening with us emotionally
has
a physical effect. And I don't think that's going to surprise most people.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of practitioners, including medical doctors, say that there's a mind-body connection, and and our emotions are important. But so you had a journey with forgiveness. Do you want to share that? Just because this is part of people becoming well, and you've learned you need to incorporate it in your practice.
Oh, where to begin? Because then, so with that, I also then did take Christian counseling to help people. But forgiveness, so many people say, how can I forgive somebody for the things that they've done to me? And in reality, some things, are really tough to understand why anybody would do them, but forgiveness sets you free. Like, it allows you not to be held in the anger. It allows you not to be tormented by all the issues that go on. So that's the biggest thing, is for people to understand. And it's sometimes tough to forgive and not forget. And but through forgiveness, it is a matter, it's slowly, just like me getting well, repeatedly, going over for asking for forgiveness for things that were done to me. It takes time, and the pain's not there anymore, and the anger is not there. And those are things that all those emotions are actually attached to. Just like Chinese medicine and root canals, what organs are they attached to, or where are they attached to? Different emotions are also attached to different organs. So if someone comes to me and they've had issues with the liver, or I look in the iridology chart and there's an issue in the liver's got a black mark in it. One of the main things I talk about, of course, is, are you a drinker and but I also say, do you have issues of anger? Because anger holds in the liver. So again, same thing, you have to go to that organ and help them. So you have to really discern, is it all physical? Is it physical, emotional? Where is it all coming from?
Yeah. It's interesting because, I think everyone, watching, will understand. Sweet. When you're angry, you feel it physically, right? Like when you're really angry, and, you get the stress hormones and everything else going. And then, when we're grieving about things, I feel it physically. I think everyone feels it physically. And I've had periods in my life where I've had a lot of grieving, and I believe that that's been a strain on my body, like physically. So I think this idea that we actually have to, get peace mentally, like that's what forgiveness is. I think you were making the point, it's for you, it's not for the other person. It's so that you're not having to experience the emotion,
right? Because
you're angry, you're upset, that you have to forgive so you can release.
Correct. Because many times, I've learned that many times the other person, it's irrelevant to them. So you're being held back for something that's not even affecting the other person. They don't care, right? So it's you need to forgive for what has happened so you can be set free.
Yeah. No, and I know you're not the only practitioner that does that. So part of your practice is looking at the emotional health also. Yes. And it actually, you've learned in your training that, you even have to ask the question if you're seeing other indications, because it's actually a signal of emotional, I'll call it disquiet, but we could call it other things.
Yeah. And I actually say to my clients, if I don't make you cry, I didn't do my job. Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the people that I think, I was going to say that you've touched and impacted, but I think they've touched and impacted you.
Absolutely.
Also. And the first one is Bobby. Can you tell us about Bobby?
Yeah. So I'm just going to grab the newspaper article. So this is a little boy named Bobby Taylor, and this article was July of 1999. And so the mom, Tracy, and I were standing at the arena one day. Her daughter and my daughter played hockey. And I just happened to say to her, "Oh, how you doing today?" And she goes, "I'm not doing very well because my son Bobby's in the hospital, McMaster in Hamilton." And, they said that if he gets the flu or gets sick one more time, he may not make it. And that's a pretty heavy statement.
How old is Bobby?
So this article he was 9. So I'm going to say he was probably 8 when I first started talking with this family. So
okay, so an 8-year-old boy is basically so weak physically that the medical doctors are saying to the mother, if he gets one cold or one flu, it's going to take him.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that he was weak. That wouldn't be the word I would use.
Okay.
I would use the word, and I'm only repeating it from what was written in the newspaper, from what the mother talked about, that his immune system was so disturbed because of all the medication he was on. He was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis from birth. And the medications that he was on and the side effects from the medications were why he was in the state he was in. So through that, she talks about, that he was way under height for his age, because again, all the medication, what it had done to his body. So this little boy, so the mom goes on to tell me, and so here I am, I'm just starting on my journey, understanding the body. I've taken, nutrition and all of that. One of the things that I have always understood.
I just need to back you up so people understand. So you've reported, basically he's so immunocompromised that the doctors are thinking just even a regular cold or flu is going to be too much for him. But my understanding is this little boy, he couldn't walk.
Correct.
He couldn't go to school. He is not only in danger of dying, but this child has no life. He's not running around playing with friends. Right. He's too weak to go to school. So his life is basically over. And as I understand it, he's not only ingesting chemical drugs that are being prescribed, but they're doing injections of steroids and the like.
Yeah.
So he's being aggressively treated as best he can.
Correct.
For juvenile arthritis, which is a very severe case in his case.
Correct. He was crawling. He was not walking at the time when I first met him. He would literally roll out of bed and then crawl, from what I was told. And then when I first met him, he did not go to school. He was home. He had a tutor because his immune system was so weakened, he couldn't be around other people. He had never been able to sleep over at anybody else's house because everybody was afraid of him having or getting anything. And even they had 5 other children. So even having their other children around him was dangerous. And the drugs that he was on, the mother had to have in a lockbox, and she had to wear gloves and a mask and that when she did his injections. That's pretty severe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you end up getting involved, even though this is at the beginning of your journeys.
Right. I'm right in the beginning. Yeah. So I just suggest to her, our bodies, we need minerals and nutrients and stuff like that. And one of the biggest things I understand about arthritis is its inflammation, and, anything that ends in IS is inflammation. So I suggested doing natural mineral soaks, like natural mineral baths, not in Epsom salt, because that only has a couple of minerals in it, but in full spectrum mineral salts. And so he started doing natural mineral soaks in a bath daily, soaking for 20 minutes in a full spectrum minerals. So full spectrum minerals, at the time, I used Celtic sea salt. I don't use it now. I use another brand, but I did at the time back then. Personally, I used it. And so I recommended it to her. So he was doing full mineral soaps. And within weeks, he started to improve by soaking in natural mineral salts. It's like people that go to the Dead Sea, right? they go in and they soak in the minerals. People that go to the ocean, and when they're in the ocean, they feel healing properties because it's the salts, it's the mineral salts, not just plain sodium bicarbonate. It's full of minerals, right? So just by doing that, he started to improve. And then, I suggested other things. She started doing some nutritional supplements and detoxing his body from all the drugs that he had been on. And slowly, she started talking with the doctor and wanting to wean him off. And the pediatrician arthritis specialist or juvenile arthritis specialist actually wanted to do cortisol shot on him. And she was like, why? He's getting better. Why would we do a cortisol shot, right? And because they refused to do the cortisol shot, the specialist let him go as a patient because they weren't doing, the drugs. And like, wouldn't he have been happy? Like, oh my gosh, look at this guy. He's starting to have a life. Like,
this child we thought would be dead,
right?
Getting well. You'd think they would be, what's changed? What have you done?
Exactly. Right. And so I remember I sat there during this interview from the reporter, Paul Banks, Flamborough Review at the time. And the tutor was there. And the tutor said to the reporter, like, I don't know what they're doing, but like, it's like day and night, life and death in this child. Whatever they're doing, they need to keep doing it. Bobby used to, 2 times, I think, was the poster child for McMaster when they did their May fundraising. And when he started to get well, they didn't want him to do it anymore. Like, how does that make sense?
So what eventually happened with Bobby?
So about 5 years ago, I met up with his mom. She came to my office and she brought me a family picture. So you have to understand this little, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. One of his biggest things was he never was able to sleep at anybody's house. He got to sleep out at at a friend's house. And his biggest thing was he had 3 younger brothers and sisters. And he said, my biggest dream is that I can start to grow so that my younger brothers and sisters aren't taller than me. So the mom brings a family picture. She was in my office like 5 years ago. She brought a family picture and she said, so pick out Bobby in the picture. I couldn't because he was as tall as his brothers and sisters.
So you're looking at a picture of a young man who, when he was 8, the doctors were saying he would die with a regular cold or flu.
Yeah.
Isolate him from people.
Yeah.
And who was disabled, couldn't go to school, couldn't walk, in constant pain, who is now a healthy young man that walks and talks. He ended up going to school. He became a normal boy. He was able to play with friends and run around.
And was off all medication.
Right. Okay. So that's got to be pretty compelling for you.
Absolutely.
Because the intervention was really simple.
Correct. It was. And in lots of cases, it is. In lots of cases, it is. Mm-hmm.
So, and what I find interesting is, Diane, I'm like also interviewing people like Bobby, and I'm just shocked with the stories. And I'm also impacted. Sometimes we forget just how hopeless people feel when they're like, can you imagine what was going on mentally and spiritually with him?
I do.
Yeah. Well, he would have shared that with you. Like, it would be just total fear of dying and just this pain and sickness. And then, like, it's not just the physical, it's the actual experience and the emotions that we tie with it. And so here this little boy got his life back.
Correct. Quality of life.
Yeah. Right? So this is life and death. Like, the medical system was a dead end for this fellow.
Yeah.
This little boy. Okay. You and I spoke also about, about a young mom. So she's a young mom. She's got 2 young kids, and she ends up coming to you, basically where the medical system has said to her, you've got, maybe 2 days to live.
Correct. So what happened was Lori is her name, was her name. She has passed on, but she got a lot of years in between. So Lori's mom had heard me speak in, I guess, months prior. And when I talk, I always say the body can heal. The body has the ability to heal if you give the body what the body needs and remove out of the body what the body can't use. So that's just a basic, it is truth. And so she called me up and said that her daughter was sent home to die, Lori, and she'd only been given a couple of days. She was terminal, had already done chemo and radiation and whatever else she had to do. She had tumors in her liver. And so they were sending her home, and she was going to go. They had sent a hospital bed to her sister's house, who was a registered nurse. And so they asked if I would come and see her. So I don't believe in coincidences. The night before, my husband and I had gone to a seminar about liver cancer. And so this person had talked about what they had done and these 5 natural products that they had taken. So I'm like, oh, well, you know, this is no coincidence. And I had part bottles of this and part bottles of that, or I knew somebody that had this or that. So I gathered all those products, and my husband and I, we drove up to the house.
But I'm gonna slow you down here for a second. So
Okay.
you go to a seminar,
The
and
night
you've
before.
had, this family has not contacted you.
No.
So you go to a seminar the night before,
Yeah.
on, you know, liver cancer, and somebody's
Yeah.
explaining, here's how I treated liver cancer.
Yeah.
And there's this protocol, and you've got the protocol.
Yeah.
So you're at the seminar because you're trained, you're doing all you can to learn about healing. But
Correct.
the very next day,
Yeah.
you were contacted by the family.
Mhm.
So Trace, or Lori's family.
Yeah.
And, you know, so Lori's dying of liver cancer. She's got tumors all over her liver. She's gone through chemo,
Yes.
and it hasn't worked. She's basically been given 2 days to live. And
Mhm.
so the special bed for her has been sent to her sister's house, who is an RN,
Yeah.
basically so Lori can die, not at the hospital,
At home.
but die in her sister's home under her sister's care.
Correct.
So the day after, you get, okay, here's what you do for liver cancer. Lori's family contacts you saying, you know, it's hopeless, but, you know, can you come, and we got nothing to lose here, right?
Correct. And that's what her sister said. So my husband and I arrive, and with part bottles and this and that. And they had assisted Lori in the bathtub to give her a bath. And her sister was in there helping her. And there was another lady in there. I just remember 3 of them coming out of the bathroom to help with her. And she literally smelled of death. And she was gray in color. She looked like death, and she smelled like death. And they put her in the bed. And the sister said to me, you know, we got nothing to lose, you know, nothing to lose at all. And I suggested, because I can only make suggestions, I don't tell people what to do. I said, if this were my family, I would double up on everything. And so they did. The sister
So you gave them the protocol you brought over, basically the protocol that you learned about the night before.
Correct.
So there's 5 natural products, and so Lori's actually, she's so weak, she needs help getting bathed and out of the tub and all of this. And when you say she smelled of death, like, so I know we can't really describe smells, but she's got to smell like this isn't right. You're
correct.
You're
and
dying.
She just got out of the bathtub. You have to remember that, right? So she had already just had a bath. So yeah, she had the distinct smell around her. So, you know, she was not well. So.
And you said her color, she was gray?
Yeah, she was gray in color. Yeah.
What about her physical appearance?
She was skin and bones.
What about her stomach?
Oh, her abdomen was all distended. Yeah, all distended. Yeah.
Okay. So you say to this family, I mean, they're expecting her to be dead in 2 days at the outside.
Yeah.
And you understand you're just there as kind of a last Hail Mary, literally.
Yeah.
Like we got nothing to lose at this point. So you leave this protocol with them, but you say, I'd double this one. Like here's the protocol, but I'd go double here.
Right.
What happens?
So the sister calls the next morning and she says, I have not seen so much stuff come out of every orifice of a person as came out of Lori. And she's sitting up and she feels better already. So they're already seeing an improvement in her. And, so unfortunately, I don't have her records because at this point in time, I'm not thinking I'm anything. Who am I keeping records? So this is all by memory, right? So, but I do know that within a couple of days, she was up and walking. Like it was 3 days, she was up and walking and feeling better and eating. And in a month, she, her oncologist, because they were surprised she was still alive, did a scan on her, and the tumors were shrinking in 1 month. She lived.
And then
sorry.
My understanding, they did another scan after about 3 months,
and they were gone. Yeah.
So now I imagine what happened, because here the oncologist, would have sent her home to die. That probably you were quite busy going, because you had been invited by the oncologist and the other doctors to explain what happened. So tell us about that, because you probably were in great demand for a while, so that they could learn how this,
wouldn't have that been nice? Wouldn't have that been nice? And wouldn't that be common sense? And wouldn't that do no harm rule come into a play here that medical doctors take an oath to? But no, that didn't happen. No. And in fact, when patients patients from oncologists come to see me, they're, most of them are told, don't go see anyone natural. Don't take any natural supplements because you're under our care as an oncologist, and they're told not to do anything naturally, not to aid their body, not to help their body, not to take homeopathic medicine.
Right. And in Lori's case, this was a matter of life and death, and she got well and her cancer went away.
Correct. Yes.
So this young mother of 2 children literally came back from the dead.
Correct. And I remember her and I talking and praying, and her saying, you gave me these years in my life, and my kids got to grow up, and I got to see them do this, and I got to see them do that. And yeah, it was great. It's heartwarming.
Okay, so let's move on. There's another person that you wanted to talk about named Bev.
Yep. And so
can you share with us her journey?
So Bev had taken, and I wrote down her statistics, but I'm just going to say them off the top of my head. So Bev had been diagnosed with breast cancer, and she had her breast removed. And because of pressures from some family members, she felt to take chemo. So during chemo, and let me just tell you, this happens a lot, that a person will make a decision that I don't want to do chemo, but feel pressure from other family members. Like, you have to do everything you can to do, to get well. And so these people are already under great pressure dealing with cancer. They don't need the extra pressure from family members telling them, that's one of the things that is sad to see. So, but anyways, Bev,
and you can also imagine the family pressure, it's well-intentioned too.
It is.
Right?
If someone has made a decision that this is their decision, that should be their decision. Right?
Well, I understand. And it's interesting. There's another person that's going to be presenting who had breast cancer, did the surgery, but before the surgery, the surgeon and the oncologist is pressuring her to do chemo. And I came to realize there's real pressure. And I've heard it, with other people, there's real pressure. And she was reluctant to do that. So I think it's not just family members. I think that sometimes it's also from the oncologist and the surgeon. But the funny thing with this presenter, and so people watching, you're just going to have to watch for her first name's Jane,
Yeah.
is she asked the oncologist, because in her case, the chemo wasn't to treat cancer, it was to prevent cancer from coming back. Like everyone agreed the surgery is going to solve this. And so then the question is they wanted her to do chemo to prevent it from coming back. And so she asked some important questions that I think everyone has to ask, and not just for chemo. It's like, okay, well, what are the odds that chemo will prevent it from coming back?
Mm-hmm.
And was shocked, like, well, between, 10 to 20%, which, that's not great odds.
Correct.
And then the chemo is more likely for you to be susceptible to other cancers. And she asked, well, what are the odds if I don't do chemo of the cancer coming back? Like, or if I do cancer. So without chemo, you got a 10 to 20% chance of cancer reoccurring. Well, it was only like 5 to 10%.
Yeah.
Without chemo, like, so you're even overlapping in the odd. And so her husband asks in her presence, the oncologist, well, would you do chemo if you were in Jane's position? No.
Yeah. And if you actually look on the Canadian Cancer Society's website, people should do this, because Canadian Cancer Society is non-bias, okay? Should be non-bias, right? And you look up chemotherapy and what the side effects are, a secondary cancer.
Well, yeah, no, and that's it. So you see, I'm not being anti-chemo here.
No, I know.
Like I'm interviewing some practitioners. I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor yesterday who's an expert in cancer treatment, and has tremendous success. Like the stories are crazy. But he was saying sometimes I'm suggesting to my patient that they include chemo. Like, so we're not trying to be anti-chemo. Right. The point I'm trying to make is that you need to ask questions, like for any treatment.
Yes.
When you're saying I should do it for this, like, well, what's the difference between that and if I don't?
Right.
And what are the risks of doing it so that I can make an informed decision?
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make is take control of your health and don't be afraid to ask questions and do research.
Yeah. And I agree. And I have had a few patients where they're so far along the road, I have suggested they need to do chemo in order to, survive, to get to a point where you can actually make changes and do other things, right? So I agree. Anyways, Bev, so she takes chemo, feels forced to take chemo, takes chemo, has a heart attack during one of her chemo treatments. Never had any heart issues prior, but she has a heart attack during chemo treatments. And then afterwards, sometime after she's done her treatments, she's diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. Now, this woman did smoke all her life, but prior to surgery for breast cancer, you have every test done possible to you. She had no lung cancer at that time. And her family doctor actually said to her, your lung cancer was not due to smoking. It was due to the chemo treatment. So,
and you were pointing out earlier that even the Canadian Cancer Society has on their website that, certain types of chemotherapy can make you more prone to other cancers. So that's what happened in Bev's case.
Correct. And so what's really important to understand with Bev is that I started her on a protocol for lung cancer that is actually by the Banerjees, who are out of India, who had gone through extensive reviews and studies from the National Cancer Institute. So I actually want to read this because I feel it's important if you'll allow me to.
Well, how long? Because I tried to discourage people from reading.
So, but I won't ever get all this in. So they actually were part of a best case scenario program. And they actually, National Cancer Institute, they had 17 members and proved that their protocol in homeopathic cured and small cell lung cancer. And so I put her on this protocol, and not my protocol, experience already telling me that this works, and it worked. It extended her life. And like I have a hard time sometimes, people that have already done chemo, their bodies are already beat up. So in order to give them quality of life and extend their life is all you can really expect once somebody's already done chemo, in my opinion. So she had that. And I actually, her daughter posted the other day, that the homeopathic protocol that she was put on actually extended her life. And, that more people need to know about the protocols that are out there in homeopathic medicine. Yeah. So
it's interesting. And again, I'm just trying to tease other people to watch, more of the health show. But we have, a medical doctor that shares the story, Dr. Stephen Malthouse, who practiced medicine for 45 years, but for the last 25, also homeopathic medicine.
Yeah.
And, as a medical doctor, like when somebody comes into his office, he said, well, a lot of patients that, they want the chemical prescription. Like they don't want to, you give people the options. So, so he was still witnessing all of, that because the patient gets to decide. But the thing he was quite clear. No, I get way better results with homeopathic medicine. Right. So here's like a medical doctor practicing for 45 years, but 25 years, he's got the overlap where he's got both, homeopathic options for people. And he's saying just outright, I saw better outcomes. You shared with me a study from Lucca, Tuscany in Italy.
Yes.
Do you want to, and we're just, I want people to understand there's other healing traditions there, and just keep an open mind and look into things. Because one thing I'm learning with this health show is as a lot of people, they find, they just tried one thing and they're not getting results and they're feeling hopeless. And I think it's important for people to understand, you're not supposed to be sick. And, that's not how you were built. And there are answers out there, and do not lose hope. You're just at the beginning of your journey.
Yeah. So actually, I had seen a study from Lucca, Tuscany, Italy, about the government had funded a 10-year program to incorporate homeopathic medicine in their publicly funded healthcare system. So I already had the study. I read it. And I actually went there to the hospital in Lucca, Tuscany to see how they did it. So I had the privilege of being able to do that. But the long story short, in the results, they've seen thousands of patients, over 180 different diseases or health challenges. And on the 10-year study, the end results was 20% of the people were totally resolved. Now you have to understand, these were people that—
Can I slow you down again, just so, because I think we have to paint a better picture for those watching. So this is a government funded study that ran for 10 years. Where the government decided, okay, we're providing in our healthcare system, the government system, the mainstream medical care. But for those patients that don't respond to the mainstream medical care, we're then going to treat them with homeopathy. So when you're giving these statistics, and correct me where I'm wrong, these are actually people that are then being treated with homeopathic medicine after the mainstream medical system failed them.
I would say the majority of them absolutely are right.
Because it makes the numbers more that you're going to give more meaningful.
Yeah. So the majority of them were treated mainstream with conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, but then some of them chose not to do that route. But the majority of them absolutely, like probably 90% of them had already gone mainstream conventional allopathic medicine with no results. So they chose to go the homeopathic route. And so 20% of them, their health challenge was completely resolved. 27% had significant improvement, 22% had good improvement, 21% had slight improvement, and only 0.05% had no improvement. But one thing you have to understand, they had no adverse side effects from the homeopathic medicine.
Yeah, which is quite something, isn't it? So
yes.
My heart's in this health show because I'm wanting people to understand this is life and death. And I have to be honest with you, Diane. I knew that. It's how I got into it. I'll share that story in one of the openings for people. But I started my journey. I was actually a lawyer for Health Canada against a herbalist. And then I ended up acting for that herbalist and defending him in court. And I came to the stark reality that actually he was saving lives. and that Health Canada trying to shut him down would have actually caused deaths.
Mhm.
And it's been a long journey. And so when we started this health show, one of the things the NHPPA we were thinking is, well, what's missing from the public discourse is basically people sharing their stories of how they've been helped. And like, I already knew this was life and death, but I've been stunned. I've been stunned by the stories. And then, I'm having practitioners like you come on and share the stories. And I know you can't give the emotional experience of the person, but you basically see lives turned around.
Absolutely.
Would I be overstating things, or what are your thoughts if I suggested to, us having access to natural health products, us having access to natural health practitioners like yourself who have the ability to use these remedies on us, it's a matter of life and death, isn't it?
It is a matter of life and death. It is. And people have to understand that. And what I don't understand is, okay, so you as a lawyer, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Anyways, that she was a lawyer. And like, just me, like, it is my right. I should have the right to do what I feel is necessary and right for my body. Nobody else should have that control. Nobody. Like, that's very important. And I don't understand Health Canada. I don't understand our government. I don't understand what seems as common sense that this gets taken away, that this is being not even looked at, not even taken seriously, like in that aspect. And then I go financially. So if people got well, wouldn't that reduce the money in our healthcare system? If people got well with homeopathic medicine, and it's virtually nothing compared to pharmaceutical costs of medicine, if people got well, wouldn't that free up scans? Wouldn't that free up time in hospitals? Wouldn't that free up doctors? Like, it makes sense. And I go, where is common sense in Health Canada? Where?
Well, I know I have no answer for you. The one thing that's always frustrated me is, like in the area of natural health products, it's been 31 years and I've made access to information requests. Like, you show me that, the evidence you have that they've caused deaths, because they will say, let's say they're in the Standing Committee of Health or something like that, or, their public sound bites. Oh, there's all this harm caused, but they'll never share their data.
Right.
And, I know that we started to become regulated in 2004. So prior to that should have been, when there were dead bodies in the street and all of that. Oh, well, wait a second, you have an unregulated industry, like, south of the border, totally unregulated. And so there was a risk analysis done by Professor Ron Law of New Zealand. He's a university professor in New Zealand, a risk expert. So using not just Canadian government statistics, but he had to go to other Western countries to find any statistics of harm caused by natural health products. So back then, before we're completely unregulated, if ever we're in danger, it's now. But can't find a single, case report in Canada of a death. We're 14 times more likely to be struck by lightning than harmed by natural health product. Now, that is 14 times is so dramatic, it's crazy. And none of us would have a government department and pay, literally, I think we've spent $1 billion now on this Health Canada department. None of us would spend any money to protect us. Let's have a Health Canada department to protect us from lightning. Well, that's craziness. But it's even more crazy when there's so much evidence that there are people only alive or are only not disabled. You are disabled. You're supposed to be in a wheelchair and a drain on the system, and your marriage falling apart because you're depressed, and in some government funded housing somewhere, drooling on yourself. That's what you're supposed to be, but you're here, vibrant, contributing, alive and well and growing, only because of natural products. And you can't tell us about risk if you want good health outcomes without also talking about the benefits. See, because if we want health benefit, if we want what's best for Canadians, then okay, let's accept that there's risks, but let's accept there's benefits, and then understanding the risks and benefits. How do we get the best health outcomes for Canadians? That's what frustrates me. They refuse to look at the benefits.
Correct. Yeah. And my husband has always said I'm naive because I'm one that, like, I want to see the best in everybody. And it's been really disheartening to have people, clients, come to your office and say, do you think you could talk to your family doctor and see if they'll do a CEA blood test? That's the #1 gold standard test for colorectal cancer. You've been bleeding for 6 months and your doctor hasn't done the blood test yet. That's so disheartening. Why isn't it done? Right? So, and I see it all the time. There's no cooperation between medical doctors and complementary practitioners or other regulated practitioners. Why? It's like almost that, oh my gosh, if we work together, would the people get well? I'm being sarcastic.
Who knows? So I'm going to ask you a final question.
Mm-hmm.
So what would your message to Ottawa be? And Ottawa's both our MPs that we're asking to, let's create a fair regulatory environment where we're asking the question, how do we get the best health outcomes? And it also is Health Canada that, as you know, is ever stricter regulations, making it harder for us to keep these products.
So I guess on the bigger picture, I'd be looking and saying, well, who's making these regulations? Who are the people that actually make these regulations from Health Canada and what background? So if you want to make fair and regulations across the board, then you should have other practitioners on the board. And this should be integrated together. And with all the information that's out there, all of those things should be allowed. It's Health Canada. We should be looking towards health care, not just taking allopathic medicine. And, you know, I could go on and on because this is just a sore spot. And I don't know if you want me to talk about 714X because that's just a passion for me. You know, I read that about 714X. It's under Health Canada's rules and regulations. It cannot, it's produced in Quebec and it's on the compassion list that doctors can only order it if somebody has already done chemo, radiation, surgery, all the things they deem necessary to do. But,
so I think we can talk about it, and it's just, you know, as we talk about it, I think, you know, the point for people to consider is shouldn't we have the choice? Like you've already talked about how some people don't want to do chemo.
Right.
And, you know, even if chemo is a good idea, I mean, even if, you know, everyone who cares for you, you know, as a medical professional, like they honestly believe chemo is a good idea for you. And if they were in your shoes, they would do chemo. Like, and there's times it would be, but we're just using that as an example. But, you know, if you decide not to do a treatment because, you know, you're just an animal with an ear in your tag, if you can't decide what you're going to do, then shouldn't you have the right to try anything?
Correct.
Sure, we full disclosure of the risks and benefits and all of that, but shouldn't we have the right? Because that's the problem we're running into in the natural health field. And so when you're talking about 714X, can you tell people what it is, what, you know, the results seem to be, and why would people want to access it? And then we'll end with that. Okay.
So 714X is actually immunotherapy, and it's an injection. It's a natural product. And so it's an injection. You put it in your groin area in the lymphatic system. And so by it going into your immune system, it boosts your immune system with the premise that your body then, your immune system is boosted, and then your body should be able to deal with whatever health issue is going on in your body, because that's how our bodies are made, right? Is through that. Now, I have letters. I know you don't want me to read anything. So I have letters, though, that from doctors that say, I've had 372 patients use the 714X with no adverse side effects. And
we're talking oncologists. We're talking cancer patients.
Well, whatever. Why else would they be using it for, right? So one guy here is stomach cancer. Yeah. So I would assume they're all oncologists. I can't say that for sure, right? But I'm just reading letters from doctors stating that they've used 714X. The patient got well. The patient lived with quality of life and extended their life. And so, and cost wise, I know the cost of 740X compared to some other costs of immunotherapy, like again, financially. But it comes down to this: it should be your choice. No doctor, no Health Canada, no government regulation should be telling you or me that I can have this. See, the point is, in Canada, you cannot use it for personal use. In Canada, it cannot be ordered because Health Canada holds it back, but it can be ordered anywhere else in the world. Tell me how that
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
think that's important. So, I mean, people in the United States, people in
Yes.
England, people in India, anyone else can order it. It's a Canadian company, it's a Canadian product. Anyone else in the world can access this. It's not like anyone's pretending it's dangerous. But in Canada,
Yep.
we're in a world where if Health Canada doesn't say you can use something, you can't use it. So somehow we've arrived in this world where the only person who gets to decide, like, how did they get the authority? But we live in the world where the sole authority over what you can access, even if you're dying and the medical system says you got 2 days to live, Lori, like, you weren't supposed to do what you did, Diane.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't supposed to use those things to treat cancer.
Yeah.
So, but that's the world we live in. And that's why one of the reasons we're having the world's greatest health show is so we can all learn this stuff. Diane, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the health show. And it's been a pleasure to speak with you beforehand. And so on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Blessings for you and the show. And I just pray that it makes changes to Health Canada and for Canadians.
Thank you so much, Dan.
and welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm here today with Donna Kizik, and she's going to be sharing her health story with us today. Donna, would you like to start by just telling us a little bit about yourself?
I was a registered nurse. I was working for about 20 years. And then I had sort of my body kind of decided to quit. So I had a lot of stress going on about 8 years ago. I had to look after my 102-year-old aunt after her 81-year-old son stole all her money, if you can believe that. And I was working like 60 to 70 hours a week routinely for many years. And so I think it was just that it was too much stress. And I just kind of, I got super tired. My hair started falling out and like it fell out. And over just a few months, maybe from October to February, I had more hair than you probably at the beginning, and then this at the end. And so I was diagnosed at that time with chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, osteopenia, which has now progressed to osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and alopecia universalis. So, and that was all within like a year. So it was quite a lot. I got to the point at work, I was falling asleep at work, which I'd never, ever done. Mm-hmm. I had to send documents to home care after I would discharge a patient. And I was looking at those papers and I didn't even know what to do with them. I couldn't figure out, what do you do with these things? And I've done that, 1,000 times. But it was just the brain fog. I just couldn't figure out what to do. It would take me like twice as long to get anything done as I would originally do. So, and I was just so tired, and I couldn't walk across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. So I thought I would just need a few days off, just to have a rest. And I never went back to work.
Were you diagnosed at that time that you thought just getting a few days off would help resolve the issue? That was before all the diagnoses?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I didn't know what is going on. I never had anything like that ever. Like, I was used to working many, many hours. When I was, before I did my RN, I had started off as a nursing home attendant and in Whitehorse. And so then I worked for 4 years in a nursing home. And then they brought the LPN program in. So I wanted to take that. But I couldn't take the time off work. So I switched to night shift and went to school went to work 3/4 time night shift, used my vacation days and stuff and traded things away. And I went to school full time. And so I didn't really know who I was at that time because I was really tired. But I mean, that's how things have always gone for me. And so I was used to it. And I never, ever anticipated that I would not be able to keep doing that, because I always did. And so I think it was stress. Nobody has given me like any good reason of why that would have happened. And I had an internal medicine doctor tell me that I should just stop trying to figure out what was wrong with me and go home and accept that this is my new normal. Yeah. So that wasn't going to work.
No, he was telling the wrong person that, I would say.
Yeah. So I just went home. I spent a lot of time in bed, and the rest of the time I was researching, trying to figure out like what's going on. This can't just like all of a sudden you just completely fall apart for no good reason, and there's nothing they can do. Mm-hmm. That's just crazy. But they didn't offer much of anything. I had one dermatologist say that, oh, there's nothing we can do. It's alopecia universalis. There's no treatment. There's no anything. You're just going to have to be like that. And then he says, well, would you like to try some prednisone? No, thanks. Actually, you just told me there was nothing that could help, and that you'd like to try me some steroids. Yeah, I think he just felt bad and just wanted to like offer me something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I didn't take those, because if it's not going to help, why would I take it?
How long were you working unwell for? Like, how long was it that this progression happened, before you
Just
actually?
just like a couple few months, like really not
Oh,
very long.
wow.
It was fast. Like my aunt, she died in the late spring, and then I probably started noticing my hair getting thinner, like way more thinner than usual, or a lot more hair in your brush than ever.
Mhm.
And maybe in like October, and by January, I was not able to function very well.
So can you
It
explain
was
to us some of the other symptoms that you were dealing with during
well,
this
the
time? Like,
brain fog was
Mhm.
bad. Like even to this day, it's still there, and I often can't think of the words that I want to use, or I'm in the middle of a sentence and I can't figure out where I was going with that. And the fatigue was just incredible. I never could believe you could be so tired, and I just couldn't do anything, like anything. I spent most of the time in bed, and then when I wasn't spent in bed, I was researching. Um, I didn't do housework for I don't even know how long. I couldn't do anything, and it was really, I think, very sudden actually. When you consider maybe from like October to January, it's not that long, and because I think I was feeling pretty normal before
Mhm.
October, like just normal, and then it would just start. I was just getting a little tired, and then I would nod off at work. Like, what? At work? Sitting in the office with the other nurses, and yeah, it's like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? And yeah, so it was really fatigue, extreme fatigue, like just extreme. But I couldn't really do anything. I couldn't walk across. I just could not face walking across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. And so I thought I would just need a few days off. I was just tired, but I guess it was more than just tired, because that was 8 years ago. And I never was able to go back to work.
And did you try medications initially before you ended up using natural health products?
They did give me some, mostly it was like, I guess, like body pain too, because I don't even know if there's such a thing as fibromyalgia, but they say there is.
Mhm.
But you get strange pains in strange places at strange times. They just don't even have any rhyme or reason to anything. They're just random. You could be sitting there totally fine, and then suddenly you have excruciating pain in a spot. Like, it's crazy. And apparently there's like, for the diagnosis of fibromyalgia, if you have tender areas in certain number of spots on your body, that's how they diagnose it. So I guess I passed that test or failed it. I'm not sure which way you look at that, but yeah, so there was the pain. So I think it would give you stuff for pain, but what about this fatigue? Like, there was just nothing that they could offer for fatigue. They give you antidepressants for, like, I guess it was supposed to help with the pain. And well, I was probably a little depressed because holy crap,
Mhm.
your hair fell all, and you can't move and you can't do anything, and this was not your life, So I guess it situational depression, probably, but I mean, I don't think that those pills helped for that, because it wasn't a clinical depression. It was just, a bad situation. So yeah, you kind of pretty sad about the whole thing.
Mhm.
And so yeah, mostly fatigue and pain, and the brain fog was just really
Very
bad.
debilitating.
Yeah.
So how long did it take for you to find natural health products that helped you? And what was your process for doing that?
I think it probably started in the spring of 2017. So a few months later, when I was able to function a little bit better.
Mhm.
And I had a friend who was an herbalist, and she made me some tinctures, and we got some supplements that were kind of directed towards energy and sleep so that we could try and get something better. And then I started learning how to make all these fermented foods, because our food system is really lacking. Like our dirt doesn't have what it needs to have in it for us to get the nutrients out of it that we should.
Mhm.
So, but if you ferment the food, then it increases the nutrients in the food. So we tried that. I started taking some complete protein shakes and some fruit veggie capsules. So we did that for a while. And with everything that I tried, I think I got a little bit better. And then I went and did some colon hydrotherapy. What else did I do there? I did liver flushes. So the whole protocol for the liver flushes. And see what I mean? It's still there. It's still there.
It sounds like most of the therapies, if not all of them, were designed to improve the health of your overall body so that your body could do the work needed to heal
Right.
your issues, your conditions. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a lack of pain medication that you have pain. There's a different reason for it. It's not you can have a nutrient deficiency, but if you can't figure out why you have the nutrient deficiency, you're probably not going to fix it. So you can take the Band-Aid, you can take the extra nutrients, but if you're not absorbing it, then you could probably take as much as you want, and it's not going to do what it needs to do. So you need to find out what's happening underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what you did.
Yeah. And the medical doctors, they do not have any idea about anything like that. They don't think anything like that would work. They just, if you have pain, you just take pain medication. That's it. Why do you have pain? Well, it doesn't matter, really. We've got pain medication for you, so that's what they give you. So I have a really good doctor, because she's been my doctor for quite a few years, and I was a nurse for all that whole time. And so she just I just suggest what we do, and if she's not totally against it, we do it.
You understand each other.
Yeah.
So would you say that you still have those diagnoses, or have you mostly been able to resolve them, or what is your sense of that?
Well, my osteopenia has progressed to osteoporosis, but there is a supplement that my dad took that he had osteoporosis, and he was able to reverse it by taking this bone builder. And his doctor was very surprised, because at his age, he said they don't see any reversals normally. So my doctor asked me if I wanted to take the medication for osteoporosis, and of course I said no. I said I'll get something on my own. I said there's a bone builder supplement that's designed to help your body remineralize and put the stuff where it needs to be. So I'd rather take that than the medication, because there's some pretty bad side effects to some of these medications.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it worked for Dad. So if it worked for him, and I'm 20 years younger than him, it should be able to work for me. So I'm just going to order that. And they have actually a 100% money back guarantee by DEXA scan. So you get your DEXA scan first, you take the medication the supplements for 6 months, and they guarantee that you'll have an increase in bone density on a DEXA scan, or you get all your money back.
Wow, that's
so
impressive.
That's pretty good guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get that with anything the doctor can give you. So you will guaranteed that you will have an improvement in your bone density, or you you get all of your money back from what you've spent.
So what are you able to do now that you weren't able to do before? Like, you know, before where you had the acute stage of the illness and then now you've addressed a lot of it. So what have you gotten back in your life?
Well, we used to live in the city, and but my husband, he got laryngeal cancer, so he couldn't work after that, and he's retirement age anyhow, and I wasn't able to go back to work, so we decided to move back to the country where I'm from.
Okay.
So we have a little farm now, and I can go out and I can plant things, and I can collect my eggs and feed the chickens and ferment some foods for the pigs and make kefir for the chickens. So I can do like a lot more things. I can spend some time outside with my husband doing little chores and stuff. Whereas before I spent most of my time in bed. And so it's a lot better. Like I feel like I'm alive, not lying there dying like I did before. It was, I couldn't fathom that this was happening to me. Like, you know, people say they're so tired. Well, you don't know what tired is until you have something like this. You know, being pregnant and having a small baby and working is not even so tiring as what this was. It was just crazy, like, and just so hard to believe because my life was never like that. I was always going for my whole life, and I couldn't even believe it. And so it's much better. I'm still not normal, but it's a lot better. I can do things. I'm still very stiff and achy in the mornings, but it takes me a while to get out of bed. And I sleep with my heating pad because that helps with the pain a lot. So I really don't take much for pharmaceuticals anymore. I have been able to wean myself off of just about all of them. I take some pain medication once in a while, but my heating pad works way better. And so I actually sleep with it, and I turn it on a couple times in the night, and it's very helpful. So so my days are, you know, shorter than most people's, but I can still manage and do some things that are enjoyable, way better than before.
You're in a much better place now.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because it was depressing because like you couldn't do anything. You had no energy. It's like somebody stuck a syringe in your thigh and sucked the energy out of your muscles. Like they just couldn't work. They were just like, it's very hard to describe, but it was sort of like that. Like you thought you stood up and you had some tone in your muscles, and then suddenly it was gone. And it felt like someone just sucked it right out of your muscles. And so then you just had no energy for anything. Stairs were just murder. And yeah, it was like you had to basically just pull yourself up the stairs. It was just really bad. And I lived in a 2-story house at the time. So when we moved, we didn't look at any 2-story houses. No, it was a bungalow or nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That makes sense.
you have to make some adaptations, but overall it's, you know, I'd say 70% better.
That's amazing. I mean, considering the prognosis where you were given, go home and get used to living this way, right? That's your stubbornness paid off.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way I could have done that. This is not in my DNA to just accept that. It just couldn't happen.
Well, good for you. And it sounds like you're helping your family members do the same.
Yeah, like my mom, she has really bad rheumatoid arthritis, and she's had 3 major back surgeries and both hips replaced, both knees replaced. And she's taking opioid medication, obviously. And she's actually off the biologics now because it was causing her to catch all these other infections and problems. So we had to take her off of that. But so she's, even the opioids are not covering it at pretty high doses. So she asked me what we could do about that. And so I did some research, and I've been using essential oils for quite a few years now, probably since maybe.
Excuse this interruption. I'm going to now play the short interview with Shawn Buckley from earlier today, so stand by. Oh, let's find it here. Welcome to Unscrew the News. It's Bruce Scholl, and this is a special recording with the famous Shawn Buckley from the National Health Products Protection Agency. I apologize for that. The NHPPA.org. I'm so grateful to have you, sir. I've managed to catch you in the process of your journey across Canada. And I just wanted to get a bit of an update so I can then impart that onto my viewers, because we are so excited to hear about what's going on. Do you mind just telling us a little bit of the journey so far and where you're at today?
So Bruce, I'd be an honor to share this journey. So today we're in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. We started on October 4th in Victoria, and then we're in Vancouver, Aldergrove, Kelowna, Kamloops, Grand Prairie, Edmonton, Lloydminster, and now Saskatoon. And we're continuing this tour across Canada. And then we're having a group start in Charlottetown, and a different group start in Ottawa, and a different group start in Whitehorse. And we're all meeting on Parliament Hill on October 25th. And we're presenting the third largest paper petition in Canadian history to MP Blaine Culkins to have him enter that into Parliament, as we're trying to get the health charter passed into law. That's what the petition asks for. And the health charter is just there to set out what our health rights are and basically state that the government has to adhere to our basic health rights that through the centuries courts have set as a bare minimum that citizens need to be able to have sovereignty over their lives and make proper health decisions. But we seem to have lost them after hundreds of years. So it sets them out. And when I say lost them, you go to court, a court agrees you have them. You have to argue about it, but a court always agrees you have these rights. They're just basic human rights. But they've got lost in government actions. And we find ourselves having to basically fight for essential nutrients that we need to survive. And what we're doing is because it's illegal in Canada to share success stories, to share truthful health information, we're sharing it. And if I can just share one story that's totally impacted me, we're in Grand Prairie. And Bruce, we've got a lady named Karen Peters, who is one of the people brave enough to take the stand and share her story. Well, she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And her medical doctor informed her that this was a terminal illness. There is no cure. Basically, you are going to suffer. It's going to get worse and worse. You're going to end up in a wheelchair. She was already having trouble walking, and her hands were twice the size that they should be with the inflammation. But the doctor's saying you're going to end up in a wheelchair, and then this will kill you. It's terminal, and there's nothing we can do. But we can give you drugs to slow down the progression of your illness. Now, can you imagine what that does for you emotionally to basically be told, okay, you're disabled now, and you're going to get worse and worse. She was put on 2 drugs. Bruce, one of them, I think, was methotrexate. It's a chemotherapy drug. And apparently, this is very common for rheumatoid arthritis, where they'll put you on chemotherapy drugs. So for a full year, she was every week injecting herself with a chemotherapy drug, and she shared, I mean, for 3 or 4 days a week, she basically wished she was dead. She felt
Right.
so awful from these chemotherapy drugs. And this was going to be her lot in life until she died, that she would just get worse and worse and have to be on chemotherapy drugs for rheumatoid arthritis. Well, a friend said, go see a naturopathic doctor. And she was totally resistant because, oh, hey, our health experts are the medical doctors. And if they can't solve my problem, how dare
Right, folks. Yeah.
how dare I go to someone else? So she's actually searching for a naturopathic doctor and found one that was a medical doctor first. So this person was a medical doctor, and then they became a naturopathic doctor. And that, in her mind, gave this person credibility. People should watch this health show. Like, on average, naturopathic doctors and traditional Chinese doctors and homeopathic doctors are more trained than the medical doctors.
Right.
But in any event, she goes and sees this naturopathic doctor. And the first thing she tells him is, I have an incurable illness. And the naturopathic doctor, who was a medical doctor, said, well, there is no illness that's incurable. And then he cured her. He cured her with diet and natural products. And now she's well. She doesn't have the pain. She doesn't have the swelling. She's not injecting herself with chemotherapy drugs. And Bruce, here's the problem, is so how many, because like I say, in researching methotrexate, I learned that, well, no, it's a common treatment for rheumatoid arthritis. Chemotherapy drugs are a common treatment for rheumatoid arthritis. So how many Canadians are out there getting injected with chemotherapy drugs that they don't need, that are making them sick and their lives hell, who have rheumatoid arthritis? Is it like 10,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 500,000? Like, how many Canadians out there are losing hope? And this is just one example. But it's illegal for the naturopathic doctor to share her story with you. It's illegal for the manufacturers of the natural remedies to share with you that they're helping people. Health Canada will shut them down. But it's not illegal for us because we're not involved in the industry. We've just decided we're sick of this censorship, and we're hoping that by watching the health show, because there's person after person after person sharing their stories, the Canadians can find truth and hope.
Well, that's an amazing story, and I continue to be amazed at the stories. I haven't been able to watch all of it, but I am, tuning in when I can. And I think a lot of Canadians, so far are. I know a lot of my audience are. But I want to continue to put this out there and get more eyeballs on the information. Now, one of the things that I noticed is that if you're over the target, the flack, you're going to get the flack. And, you had your first strike recently on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
What else? Yeah. What else are you expecting or have you experienced so far with that?
So first of all, this should be front page news. Think about it. A citizen initiative where basically they've drafted a health law, which is completely unobjectionable. Like, just Google Charter of Health Freedom. It has its own website. Get a copy. You'll go, like, this is crazy good. It's simple. It's clear. It's basically just setting out what the courts say we have, but it does end us having to fight for vital nutrients. Well, that in itself should be a story. And then the third largest paper petition being presented to Parliament in Canadian history. And you mean the mainstream media isn't following that? And then we've made it a fun story. Like, we're trying to drive this bus. Today it's on a trailer. We will drive it to the event in Saskatoon today. Hopefully it'll get us there. But that's even kind of symbolic. It's kind of, we've got this wonderful tour and this health show, the first time in history anywhere in the world where an online health show or any health show is basically highlighting people sharing their health journeys and how they've basically found health and freedom through natural remedies. It should be front page news. And, we had a professional journalist who is an editor for a major magazine write our press release. And then we paid a professional service to get it out to all the mainstream media outlets. And it's been crickets. It's been absolutely crickets. Now that speaks volumes, doesn't it? And
that's the news right there.
That is the news. So that's interesting in itself. So at the live events, some people, oh, well, it's farm advertising. Well, that very well could be part of it. But I think more importantly, let's not lose sight of government advertising, because the Canadian government, it's not just that they fund the CBC. The rest of the mainstream media would not be standing the way it is without Canadian government advertising. And it's the Canadian government that's made it illegal for us to treat serious health conditions with anything but synthetic chemicals. It's the Canadian government that then basically has created the marketing machine for these synthetic chemicals, which are the only legal treatments, and that's in the form of our universal government health care. We all know, but for surgery, and there's exceptions, but by and large, if you go to the government health care, you are only going to be offered either surgery or synthetic chemical drugs that are not designed, most of them, to actually cure anything. They're there to just treat the symptoms of what in many cases is now just chronic malnutrition. So here we've got the government of Canada has created this. So they've made the system so our only legal treatments are chemicals. And then they market the chemicals through taxpayer funded healthcare. And then they have Health Canada as the enforcement arm for the pharmaceutical companies, basically hammering down any truthful information. So I use the story of Karen Peters. Again, that naturopathic doctor can't share that with you. The companies that make the remedies can't share that with you. There is 100%, basically almost 100% censorship of truthful health information. Well, I think it's the government funding of media that probably has more of an impact than pharmaceutical funding, but both shouldn't be allowed when we're in the area of health, and they control basically our entire access to remedies. It's illegal in Canada. It's illegal in Canada to treat serious health conditions with natural remedies, even though they're the most effective, especially for chronic illness.
Well, it just seems like the government is hand in hand with the pharmaceutical. You could call it pharmaceutical, you could call it government, but it's really a cooperation between the two. And the governments have obviously been offered or are on the take of some sort of way. I mean, there is no benefit if you look at it. What's the benefit of them, offering pharmaceutical unless there's, some sort of outcome for? And I'm not saying that any one person, but it just seems like this is insidious, and it's spread into all of our governments, right?
It is insidious, and there's huge health consequences, like the number of Canadians that are dying needlessly and the number of Canadians that are suffering needlessly. It's off the charts. And I mean, we haven't even gotten into how our food supply is about as toxic as it can be without the population reacting and getting angry. And we have deliberately reduced nutrients in our food supply so that we become chronically sick. It's no secret you need certain nutrients to be healthy. If you don't get them, you're not healthy. We can't get them without supplementing, even if you're eating organic, eating raw. So we've created this chronic sickness. But just, Bruce, to address, we don't know why, right? Like, it's easy to jump into, the pharmaceutical companies control government. This has been going on for a long, long time. And I mean, it could be, read our Constitution. The King is the executive, not the federal parliament. And under our Constitution, there is established the Privy Council office to advise the King on executive matters. Now, by way of convention, we let the federal cabinet be members of the Privy Council office until they're no longer cabinet members. But we've got this huge monolithic cabinet committee structure that really is responsible for setting policy. It may be that it doesn't matter which government, which party is in power, because there really isn't a whole lot of difference in the policy direction, whether it's liberal or conservative. Just conservatives, when they're in power, they're way easier to deal with. So it's kind of like drug policy light instead of heavy under the liberals. So, but the direction's the same. So it might be we need to be looking at the Privy Council office and having a conversation with them and engaging this, this cabinet committee structure that really sets our policy. I don't know the answer, Bruce, but I'm just trying to make the point. It may not be as simple as, control. But clearly we have rent seeking here. We have undue influence of pharmaceutical companies on Health Canada for sure. For sure.
Okay, I know that you've got to go. I have a couple other quick questions for you. So can people, and are you encouraging people to sign the petition as you're going across the country? And can my online viewers sign that petition? Because I know you said it's a paper petition.
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. So first of all, if you go to NHPPA.org or if you go to charterofhealthfreedom.org, you can get a copy of the paper petition. There's PDFs. You print it off and you sign it and get others to sign it. But even if just you sign it, mail it to us. Now, I get there's a mail strike. So we're going to ask MP Blaine Culkins to hold off giving them to the clerk of petitions until we've had the opportunity to get all the ones that are in the mail. So please, I mean, we're already the third largest paper petition. We're over 150,000 signatures, but we want to get bigger and bigger. So please sign that petition. There's also on the NHPPA site social media posts you can just grab and repost, because we need to get out of the echo chamber. The mainstream media is not paying attention to us. We're shadow banned. We're restricted by the algorithms on the social media platforms. It's quite shocking. So we're relying on other people posting us and getting the word out. And we have posters you can print off, just 8.5 by 11, telling about the online health show. Get them, put them in your library, put them in City Hall, put them on telephone poles. We have to share with other Canadians that there's hope, that there's other things they can do. They don't have to be trapped. And we all have to learn about our health policy. I do openings every day, Bruce, 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, 7 a.m. Pacific time. And it's almost like a class. So we've got 3 weeks of classes where I set out censorship. I set out a drug approval policy. Today we were speaking about how science has replaced religion as our belief structure. But now it's become a mechanism of control, because you can't argue with truth. Science gives us truth. But now there are people behind that dictating what the truth is. And we have to get science back working for us again. But the first part is to understand now it's a weapon against us. And right. I mean, we raised some really interesting points that people need to start thinking about. We're hoping to broaden the conversation and have an honest policy on health once we get to Ottawa.
Okay, I have one other quick question. I know you got to go, but in the process, you're now how many days into this? This is day number 9, 10, something like that?
Yeah, and I don't want to rush you, Bruce. So, I mean, I'll give you as much time as you need to answer your questions. Well, we started on October 4th, and now it's the 16th
today. Yeah.
So we're 12 days in. So we're about almost halfway through. We end on Parliament Hill on October 25th. And I invite all of your viewers to come to the Hill. So we've got an event at 1 p.m. on Parliament Hill. And then we've got another event in Bikers Church, I think at 6:30 p.m. because we don't know what the weather's going to be like on the Hill. So, we've got to hedge our bets there. And then just everyone's going to be so excited about having arrived in Ottawa, because this is just getting momentum as we go. And we anticipate by the time we get there, there's going to be a lot of Canadians paying attention.
So the question was, so you're halfway through, basically. What was your biggest takeaway so far in each of the cities that you've stopped in, the people that you've met? I mean, there's obviously, when you go on a road trip, you always get something. There's always something that, jumps out at you.
So I think there's 3 things. This, first of all, the depth of misunderstanding. Like at the live events, I'm explaining our drug model. I'm explaining how, we can't be healthy, just eat in our food supply, how that's been captured. And sharing about the censorship. And the censorship just shocks people. Like I use an example that just shocks people. So people get to understand that they're in a rabbit hole and they're looking up at a small little hole, and they understand they have to get out. So number one is it's just interesting to see how shocked people are to learn the truth. Number 2 is people are becoming really engaged at the live events and making a point of saying, okay, I'm engaged now. And that's really encouraging for us. And then number 3 is it's just, as more people share their stories, And they're positive stories. They'll have a great ending, but it's so clear that they suffered so much before they found a resolution. So, it's actually just really driving home the need to ask everyone, share people, get them watching this health show. There's nothing objectionable about it at all. Like we're staying away from all the hot topics. So whether you're right wing, left wing, pro-vax, it doesn't matter. We're not going anywhere near that. We're just having people share their health journeys and health experts sharing information that you need to know.
I think that's wonderful, and I do appreciate the emphasis on the natural health stores, businesses, and producers, because I did notice that you are obviously reaching out to a lot of them and inviting them, obviously, and their stories, because they need that encouragement to continue doing, because they're providing a vital service to all of us.
Yeah, if I can just follow up on that. So our health food stores, especially like the small ones for sure, 100% of the small stores, and your medium chains, it gets watered down once they start getting bought by the big players, and you're not going to get this in Walmart. The small health food stores, the independent stores, their staff is trained. You go in there because you got muscle twitches and you heard you need magnesium, or you researched online. Well, you're going to see like shelves of magnesium. Which one do you need? Which is going to work best for you? How much really should you take? Because it's illegal to put on the bottle what's reasonable. So you've got to have that trained staff, and you'd be shocked as you watch the health show, just the level of training. And it also just comes out, this commitment to help people. Well, we're going to lose that resource if people keep buying at Walmart where they don't have that advice. We're going to lose that resource if people are buying on Amazon. And, spoiler alert, if it's half price, it's not the real product. So we got to protect them. And if people don't understand what a resource they are, they have no reason to protect them. So, Bruce, we're really trying to get that word out, because a lot of Canadians have no idea. And they also think, I'm going to save money at Walmart. Well, maybe you will save $1 or $2. But the reality is a lot of these small stores. So first of all, they'd go out of business if they're selling lines that don't work, and all lines aren't equal. So they're only still in business and standing because they've learned from customer feedback. No, this magnesium works, that one doesn't. And then they're not carrying that one anymore. So they're already pre-vetted. You go into a small health food store, they're only alive, they're only in business because they're carrying the best lines that they've learned through experience. Well, most of them are also part of what's called the Health First Network. So it's not the little store buying. They buy as a group of stores, and they also have their own line, Health First. So don't think you're going to save a whole bunch of money. You may actually spend more money at Walmart or the pharmacy in your supermarket, but it hasn't been vetted. Like, they're not all created equal. So thanks for bringing that up, Bruce, because there was a chain of health food stores in Ottawa that had been around for decades and decades that went under 2 months ago. And it just made me realize we've got to get the message out. Just what a valuable resource our stores are, and getting people protecting them.
Okay, I have one last question, and then I have to go. So my question to you is: you've got other places that the World's Greatest Health Show, or the journey is starting from. You said that there was going to be somebody from Quebec, and then another one out from the East Coast. So are they going to be producing something that we can watch, and will it be on the stream as well?
Yeah, so we've got an event in Charlottetown, and then they go to Fredericton, and then they meet us in Ottawa. We got a group in Quebec City having an event, and they're driving to Montreal and having an event, and then Ottawa. So all of those events, they're either going to be live, or they're going to be taped and then broadcast on the health show. And sometimes we have a conflict where we have two events at the same time, which is why we have to tape. Because we, as we get into next week, we're going to have 2 days in French broadcast, I think on the 22nd and the 24th, including likely the broadcast of the movies Epiphany and Tesla's Medicine in French. So, we're really excited because you know, Quebec is so important, and they're passionate about their natural remedies, and they need to be educated. They need to understand what's going on and be part about demanding proper health policy.
Well, that's awesome. I want to wish you all the best in the rest of your journey. I want to catch up with you in 2 or 3 days if that's possible, and we do another little update. If you can coordinate with your executive producer there, Teresa, that
Right.
would be wonderful. I want to wish you all the best and a safe journey. God bless both of you and all of your volunteers. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Bruce, thank you for doing what you're doing, and God bless you and your audience.
All right, you guys have a fantastic day. Best of luck in Saskatoon, and we will be talking to you very shortly. I'm just going to hit the end of recording. If you don't mind sticking around, I just want to catch up with you before you take off.
Sure.
Okay, thanks very much. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining me on Unscrew the News. This has been a special update by Shawn Buckley of the NHPPA.org. And we want to wish them all the best. God bless you all. Stay sane together. Let's keep our head on a swivel. This is Bruce, and I'm out of here.
Thank you so much for watching Unscrew the News. I appreciate your participation in freedom in Canada. Share this information and help others to wake up. God bless. Stick around, you guys. The show continues here. I'm going to move back to the greatest health show, world's greatest health show. So stand by while I pull that back up again. All right, here we go. Back to the world's greatest health show.
A year after this all happened to me, I started using those. And so I looked them all up, and I created a pain cream with magnesium as the base and a bunch of essential oils that are targeted for pain. And she uses that daily for years now that I've made that for her. Mm-hmm. And she was in the hospital for 9 months this past year. She had this back pain that they couldn't do anything with, and it was actually because she had broken rods in her back from the previous surgery, and she actually was paralyzed for a few months. And the surgeon went in and fixed it, and he didn't think that she'd ever get any function back. But she can walk now, and like we did physio and all kinds of stuff, and it was slow going. But yeah, she can walk now. Not great, but she can walk with a walker, which is, they never expected her to be able to like move her legs at all. And the doctors would even write orders for the nurses to use this cream that I made for pain on her. And a lot of her nurses tried it and said they got better relief from that than they have from lots of other stuff that they've used. So there's so many things that natural products can do for you. Mm-hmm. Like I make my house out of all the chemicals. I don't use anything. I don't have, my husband, he uses a little bit in his bathroom, but that's his bathroom. But no, I don't. I use all natural cleaners. I use essential oils. I don't use any toxic anythings, not laundry, not dish soap, not anything. It's all natural, because I think that the toxic load of our world really makes a difference. And it's probably contributed to part of what happened to me. And so we have to be able to clean our environment up so that we can at least stop adding to the insult. And I think that that's made a difference too, because it was after I got sick that I started like getting rid of all the chemicals, all the toxic stuff, and use only natural products. And I don't use any, like mostly it's organic. I'm mostly keto carnivore type diet now. And what I do eat, generally speaking, is organic. We raise our own animals here, and I don't use any medications on them. I don't use antibiotics routinely. I don't vaccinate. Like I said, we don't have any feed that's been sprayed. We don't. All the animals get some sort of fermented foods, so we're trying to be much more natural in how we live, and I think that helps too.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Any last things you want to tell us?
Oh, I didn't tell you about my daughter-in-law. She had ulcerative colitis since she was 16. She's now 25. So when she'd been on Remicade for 8 years, and it wasn't like she wasn't healthy. She wasn't feeling good. She called in sick to work a lot. She just couldn't function very well. And she wanted to go off of it and try something different because her quality of life was just not that great. So I went with her to her GI doctor appointment because she tried to get off of it a couple times before and they would just talk her out of it. So I went with her and I said that she's going to take some time off of this medication, and what else do you have to offer? Because I know there has to be more than one medication that we could try. And so there was another one, and we went over to the nurse. We did the intake stuff for it, but she never actually tried it. We went to the health food store, and there are supplements that are targeted to fix your gut. And so she took that regime for probably like 3 to 6 months. And we changed her diet to like a keto carnivore type diet. And she has never gone back on any of those medications. She had another colonoscopy. Her doctor insisted she have a colonoscopy, even though she had no symptoms, she had no anything. So she told her what she was doing. She says, you can't fix it like that. She says, you just can't. And so she did a colonoscopy and she couldn't find anything. So there's no signs of active disease. But she took a biopsy anyway because she couldn't believe that. So she figured there has to be something somewhere. So she took a biopsy and it came back normal. So she's never had to go back on anything. She's taking like magnesium, vitamin D, vitamin K to
and then is she still taking the formula that is meant to fix the gut, or she doesn't even take that anymore?
She doesn't even take that anymore. No,
Wow.
She took it for probably just less than 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And no, she hasn't had to
Problem
take it
resolved,
again.
and now she's just maintaining.
Yeah, 8
Wow.
years on that
Oh,
really harsh medication. And they told her that she wouldn't be able to have kids because she would have to be on this medication her whole life. And so now they're thinking about having a baby.
mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's huge. If she'd have stayed on that, she would never be able to do that. Well,
No.
she wouldn't be able to do what she's doing now for work either. She's the manager at her salon,
Yeah.
which she was not before, and she would never been able to manage that.
Mm-hmm.
As she was, she'd call in sick probably every week. And she just wasn't well on the medication. And so, yeah, she took the supplements for, I think, just less than 6 months. And then she's just mostly been with diet and, yeah.
Well, what a gift she got. That is wonderful.
Yeah, she also had alopecia, and her hair has grown back as well.
And no special treatment for that, just happened because of everything else she was doing for her body.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, so she's done really well. She's much, much better than she was. There's nothing that she can't do now.
Mhm.
She just, her guts were in pain, and she just wasn't well at all when we first met her. And she's so much better. And she's a hairdresser. So, I mean, I used to be a hairdresser too, like, I don't know, 40 years ago. That sounds really bad when you can say you know something 40 years ago. But yeah, I was a hairdresser way back then. It doesn't bother me anymore that I don't have any hair. When it first fell out, it was very devastating. Like, it was really bad. I cried a lot, and because you would just, like, in the shower, it just was hair everywhere. It was unbelievable. I had really, really thick hair. Most of the hairdressers would complain I had too thick of hair, and to go like that, it was just wow. But I wore wigs for maybe 2 years, a year, and I just don't care anymore. They're not comfortable. They're itchy. They're hot. You know, in the wintertime, they're a little bit better because it gets kind of cold. So I do have a lot of little hats, but no, I just don't care anymore. So if it never came back, that's not a big deal. I'd rather have energy than hair. And if my body can only do one of them, well, then let's do that one. So, yeah.
Yes, that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah. So
Any last words then? Anything else you want to share with us? If not, I'd like to know what message would you like to send to Ottawa?
Well, they need to know that the natural health products need to be affordable for people, because there is a lot of things that the medical system can't do for people. And we need another way of looking after ourselves. And if they're going to, triple, quadruple in price, nobody's going to be able to afford that. So we have to have things that actually work. And they do. Like, they really do. There's evidence all over the place that a lot of natural health products work, and we have to have access. We can't take away the access to the regular people, because especially when you're sick. Because when you're sick, you're generally not making as much money as you used to make. So we cannot increase the cost. And it's effective. So, I mean, if you'd looked at me like 8 years ago, when the doctors told me, well, there's nothing that we can do for you. Here, try these medications, but really they don't work. They're not, I don't know if they even know what to do for these type of illnesses. I don't know what to call them, situations. But so where was I? So
where your message to Ottawa, and that these things need to be affordable.
Right, they do need to be affordable, because generally speaking, you're not making the money you were making when you were working, and health insurance companies will not pay for natural products. So they'll pay for prescriptions, but we need other things. We need to have a more holistic way of looking at things. So we can't have the cost or have them just disappear off the shelves, because the companies can't afford to do what the government says they need to do. So we have to keep them.
That's a great message for Ottawa. I truly hope they listen to you. I hope they hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
There would be so many people so much sicker than what they are if they go through with the plan for the natural health products.
Yeah.
And that's not good for anything. So they're going to be a bigger burden on the medical system, because they're going to be sicker. And we don't have enough medical system, hospital beds, doctors, nurses, anything even right now to look after the people that we have. So if people are going to be sicker and more of them, then what's going to happen? Where's that going to go?
Yeah, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So they can't do it. It just can't.
Agreed. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Donna, and sharing your story. I very much appreciate it. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I want to thank everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.
My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And today we're in Saskatoon in Christ the Healer Church. And I want to thank the church for donating the venue. It's just an honor to be here. It's just a beautiful space. And I'd like to thank the volunteers. I'm going to explain in a minute what we're doing, because we're on this real crazy adventure crossing the country and trying to take an old Volkswagen van with us. And it's truly been an adventure. And some people might be wondering, well, what the heck are they doing? And I'm going to share that in a little bit, but I want to talk about our drug policy and censorship and some fun stuff first, so that when I get to that, you go, okay, this is truly, truly important, what they're doing. But I wanted to just share, we came up with this idea to basically raise awareness of our desperate need to have an honest conversation about our health policy in Canada, because we're just doing things in an absolute backwards way. And our NHPPA, it just stands for Natural Health Product Protection Association. And our sole goal is to protect access to natural remedies. And we thought, okay, we're going to do this tour that I'm going to tell you about. And we got a couple of contractors. And so just their graphics and that, they came up with this VW van idea. Well, my gosh, it resonated. And everyone said, no, you gotta get an old van. So we got an old van. And the day before we're going to go west, the motor dies. And I mean, it dies. It seizes, dies. So, and I have to say, I'm a little grieved over that. You know, like when stuff happens, sometimes you're less happy than at other times. So, yeah, no, well, if you're like me, that's the case. And I was disappointed. But then we had a really tight schedule and, roads up and down. And I don't know if any of you have taken the number 40 from Hinton to Grand Prairie. There's no way we could have done it in that van. Not a chance. So it actually was, I think, God taking care of us, right? And so, we get the motor fixed, we pick it up in Edmonton, and the steering's too loose. So now we've got it on a trailer until we figure that out. But that's good too, because there's no heater, and it's just been really, really cold. So our idea right now is okay, well, we'll drive it around locally. So we came from, we're in Lloyd, and we drove it to the event in Lloyd. And so this afternoon, we're doing a whole bunch of recording outside, because we've got an event in Charlottetown that needs a video, and an event in Whitehorse that needs a video, and an event in Fredericton that needs a video. And we're planning on getting up really early tomorrow and driving to Winnipeg, but usually at 8 a.m. Saskatchewan time, we're doing a live opening. We thought, we can't do that. We better pre-record tomorrow's opening. And the openings, after tonight, you'll go, okay, I've learned something. The openings, you'll be learning something. And they're all online afterwards, the whole day. So if you've missed a day, don't worry. But it's almost like a university class. If you watch all the openings, you will have an understanding of the drug world and the health world that you wish you didn't have, but you need to have. So please do. But I'm just getting to a fun thing God did for us today. So we're doing these recordings, and then we jump into the car. Teresa, those postcards that we're having you fill out, please everyone fill one out and put it in the mailbox to MP. Well, we're getting low. They've been way more popular. So Teresa ordered 500 more at a print shop off Airport Road somewhere. And we're staying, kind of like Wilson, Cumberland area. So we get to go drive, and I notice the van is sideways on the trailer, rear flat tire. And so Teresa's got Brad on the phone. We've got to go, and he goes, we'll go to Cal Tire here. And so we go to Cal Tire and ask him, could you fix, please, our tire? And he says, well, we can schedule in for November. Okay, and what time is it? It's 4:10, it's already late in the afternoon, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be stopping all along. You can't be towing a van that's listing because it's got a flat tire. But now Cal Tire was kind enough to fill it up with air, and then I saw we got a screw in there. So we know what the mischief is. So we go to this place in the industrial airport area and, pulling the trailer. So I kind of let Teresa out and pull and park in front of the next building. And some guy gets out and he's gawking at the van. So I get out and he's going, oh, nice van. I say, yeah, but we've got a flat tire. No one can fix it. He says, well, there's Empire Tire just a block away, which I wouldn't have known. So Teresa gets out and we drive to Empire Tire. It's like 4:30, 4:45. Like, I don't know, it's late in the day. I'm not expecting them to help us. They're 10 to 5. The owner's standing outside visiting with somebody. He's just finished. I walk up and, oh, hey, what's up? And so take him to the van. Well, back it all up. He, right on the van, just jacks the tire up, plugs it the old-fashioned way with a plug where you don't have to take it off the rim, doesn't charge us a thing, and sends us on his way. Now, how does that happen, right? So I feel really taken care of and blessed today, and I think we could have an experience. So I'm going to be doing a lot of talking, but I think really what matters is if something else is happening here. So I'm, just let's just be open to that. We really have some problems in our healthcare and in our drug policy, and I'm going to be sharing some things with you that you will never have heard before, because most of us have no idea how broken it is and how we need to fix it. And then I'm going to be talking about what's happening with our natural products. But we're in what's called a drug model. And the drug model, and we've been in the drug model for about 100 years. And the drug model has 4 parts. And the first part of the drug model is the government defines drug so broadly that it includes literally anything used for therapeutic purpose. So anything to prevent you from getting sick or anything to address illness, regardless of what it is, like absolutely regardless of what it is. So, and I'm getting distracted. You look so dehydrated. Can somebody give her some water? Oh, I just made water a drug. Don't do it. We'd be breaking the law. Now, you see, that's funny, but we literally would be breaking the law. Because you don't need an exchange, you don't need consideration for it to be selling. And if you're going to be selling any drug, like water's a drug if you're using it to treat dehydration. So you see it, you laughed, but it's actually true. If we wanted to form a business right here, all of us in this room, to sell water to treat dehydration, we would be spending, probably about easily $150,000, well more for us to get a site license facility. And then we have to go at product licensing. There's just a long list of laws. Even if we're just selling municipal tap water, but Health Canada might disagree that it's safe because of the fluoride. So and they'd be right. It would be the first time in history that Health Canada would be right. So point 1 is everything's a drug. So we've been using ginger tea to treat nausea for 3,000 years. It's now a drug because we'd use it to treat nausea or gastro upset. Okay, no, ginger tea's a drug. You have to that's the next point. So the next point in the drug model, so first part is everything's a drug. And this is by design. Was it President Eisenhower when he left office said that nothing happens by accident? Right? I see a bunch of heads, so I got it right. It was Eisenhower. I thought it was Roosevelt or... No, it was Eisenhower. So he warned us that nothing in government happens by accident. So what I'm going to explain to you about the drug model, it's all deliberate. So first thing is everything's a drug. The next thing you do is you make all drugs illegal. And how you do that is you pass a law saying you can't sell a drug unless it's licensed by Health Canada. Now, as soon as they pass that law, all drugs are illegal. And now Health Canada grants exemptions, temporary exemptions in the form of a license. Now, from a legal philosophical perspective, that means we live in a country where it's only legal to treat ourselves with things our government says we can treat ourselves with. That's interesting, isn't it? Did you know that? I know you feel very comfortable. Thank goodness. My government is taking care of me, right? No, it's offensive. It's offensive. It is absolutely the antithesis of freedom. You know, because then they can say you can't have access to something. And in fact, as I'll share, they're severely restricting our access to natural remedies. Well, if you can't access something, you don't have the choice, do you? And you know, there's only one class of persons in history that haven't had the choice to decide how they're going to prevent illness or how they're going to treat illness. Do you know what that class is? Slaves, exactly, slaves, because slaves are property, and it's the property owner that gets to decide. Well, let's talk about property then. So if you don't have the right to decide how you're going to prevent illness or treat illness, that Health Canada has that decision, who owns your body? It's a good question, isn't it? Because when we talk about property rights, all we're talking about is the rights to decide what happens with something. If I lease a house, I can't put in a new window or take out a wall. If I own the house, then I get to make decisions like that. That's all ownership is. It's a measure of control. So who owns your body if you don't have the right to decide how you're going to treat yourself? So that's the second part of the drug model, is all drugs are illegal. And Health Canada grants temporary exemptions in the form of a license, so then all of a sudden things are legal. Now we're getting to the fun bits now. So the third part of the drug model is that we structure our drug approval process so that the only drugs that get approved to treat serious health conditions are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they got through the approval process. Now, does everyone know what a patent is? Just not everyone. So I better explain this. If you invent something new, you can get exclusive rights. So we call them intellectual property rights. You apply for a patent, and for the life of your patent, people cannot, make your thing without your permission, or they have to pay you a licensing fee. So an artist that makes a song for a long period of time, they get royalties. That's because they have intellectual property rights. If you invent a synthetic chemical, you can get a patent that lasts for 25 years as a drug patent. So for 25 years, no one can make it. So our drug approval process for serious health conditions costs about $1 billion to get through. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The licensing fee to Health Canada alone is $250,000 on a complicated application. And you've got to run a whole bunch of clinical trials. You've got to do animal studies. You've got to do life, death, 50-50. So this long list of stuff you got to do. Now, you can get through a simple application for a couple $100 million. But unless you have a patent, you don't go through the process because you'll be bankrupt. And I use Viagra as an example, because if you can get through this process and you have a monopoly, you have a patent, and you can make it a blockbuster, you rake in billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like this is a good gig if you can do it. But I like Viagra because it was the first erectile dysfunction drug. So they created a disease, and then Pfizer's the first one to market on this. And remember that back when it came out, so no one could compete with Pfizer because they have a patent. And I remember the mainstream media running fun news stories about how much a single pill of Viagra cost. And that's because Pfizer could charge whatever they wanted. They've created the demand. No one can compete with them. But now that the patent's expired, the generic drug companies can make sildenafil. That's the generic word. And Viagra doesn't cost a whole lot anymore. And this is how it works. So in the lifetime of everyone in this room, there's only been one drug that didn't have a patent, Primarin, that got through the new drug approval process. Now this is by design. Now what this means is that it's illegal to treat anything serious with natural remedies. And we all kind of know this if we think about it. We know that if we go to the hospital, that but for surgery, by and large, we're only going to be treated with synthetic chemicals. And I see heads nodding. Like, we know this. Well, do you think it's an accident? Do you think that they're the only thing that work? Do you think they work at all? You know, like, so how is it that we've got a federal government that says all drugs are illegal, but we're going to say what you can take? And then they structure it so that the only drugs they approve are chemical drugs. And then they create this taxpayer-funded universal healthcare system where the only legal treatments, the only treatments they offer are synthetic chemicals. Do you think that's by design? Yeah, okay, so that's the third part of the drug model. Now, what's interesting about that is, does anyone know what the third leading cause of death in Canada is? It's going to shock you. Yeah, exactly. So the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as you're supposed to take them, as directed. Did you know that? Most of you didn't. Think about that. Third leading, oh my gosh, we have campaigns for cancer and campaigns for heart disease. We don't have anti-pharma campaigns. But well, why not? The third leading cause of death in Canada, and one of the speakers on our online health show is Professor Alan Castles from the University of Victoria, and he's written books on this, and he's like, no, the third leading cause of death in Canada are synthetic drugs taken as directed. Now, the synthetic drugs are part of another leading cause of death, because one of our top 10 leading causes of death are also highly preventable medical mistakes. And the synthetic chemical drugs play a big part in that. I remember a risk analysis done several years ago, breaking Canadians into 10-year segments, so 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. And in every single category except one, your biggest risk was going to the doctor. I thought for the young people it would be driving, right? No, the biggest risk is going to the doctor. Now, we're not told that. Well, now let's talk about the fourth part of the drug model. So everything's a drug. All drugs are illegal except the ones we're allowed to have. We're only allowed to have chemical drugs for serious health conditions. And then we censor we almost have about 100% censorship of health information. And how this works is, so remember you have to get Health Canada's permission to sell a drug. Well, if they grant you permission for a condition, then all you can say is it's for that condition. So let's use antidepressants as an example. So let's say a drug company wants to get a chemical antidepressant approved, and they do get it approved. All they're able to say is there's antidepressant. Now, let me tell you a story to illustrate the problem we have here. So I'm in a federal court case some years ago against Health Canada, and Health Canada hires this outside expert, this big gun, and he was a psychiatrist, and all he did was, for a living, he ran a company that got psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. So he is an expert in this, and he was, I won't say it, it would be nice, but I'm cross-examining him for several days, and at one point he's getting a little frustrated, and he starts complaining to me about how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved of by Health Canada. And sometimes you're like, somebody's saying something and your inside voice is going, are they really saying this? But oh no, he was just he was happy to share, and so he's saying to me, it's so hard to get new antidepressants approved of by Health Canada because I've got to give them 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. Okay, well, that sounds really reasonable. Now, in his world and in my world, when somebody says in relation to an antidepressant, I've got to give 2 clinical trials to show that it works, well, we're talking about a short-term trial. It for sure will be less, most of them will be less than 3 months because they don't want to go beyond the placebo effect. Because they actually rely on the placebo. You think, oh, well, the sugar pill will be a placebo. No, they want a placebo effect on the chemical. So, because they want to get it passed. And then they're also measuring not curing depression. they'll be measuring people subjectively reporting their symptoms, and they're hoping that there'll be a more reduction of symptoms for the chemical than for the sugar pill. And if it's enough of a difference, if it's statistically significant, then we pretend the drug works. And I should add, usually they've got a population that will minimize the safety risk. So for almost every single antidepressant, they're only approved for use for a short period of time. In fact, they're approved for use generally for a shorter period of time than your doctor will say, well, take this long before you start feeling anything. That's interesting, isn't it? But anyway, he's complaining to me, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. So he says under oath, so right out of the gate, I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2. That's interesting, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but they really don't like the safety signals. Now, I'm not sure, and I looked into it before this tour. I'm not sure if they have to give those other 6 to Health Canada. But it's worse if they do, and I'll explain that in a second. And we passed a law in 2014, Vanessa's law, where they could require full disclosure of the clinical trials. And they're supposed to register all clinical trials before they run them, but it could be they get a blanket one and they just keep duplicating it. I don't know. But that's not even where I'm going anyway. But let's say they don't give them to Health Canada. We'd all agree that's super awful, right? But if they do give them to Health Canada and the drugs get approved, isn't that worse? Right? Like, so, I mean, it's awful either way, but where I'm talking about is censorship. You do know that it's illegal for the chemical drug company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? No, they're allowed to say if it's not approved, they're not going to say anything to anyone. If it's approved, they're only allowed to say antidepressant. Well, if they share with you the 6 failed clinical trials, that's saying a little more than antidepressant, isn't it? So they can't do that. They can't share the 2 successful trials. Now, the people that do the research, that run the trials, even if they're written up by pharmaceutical people, their names can go on. They can be published, and research is published. But for some reason, unbeknownst to me, and maybe it's contractual, they tend to only publish the successful trials. So that's kind of strange, isn't it? But I wanted to drive home to you that as part of this model that we live in, this is our system. It's illegal for chemical drug companies to share with you their failed research. If people are reporting to the chemical drug company deaths or serious disabilities or other serious reactions, it's illegal for them to share that with you. Well, they can say antidepressant. That's all they can say. They can't share the good, they can't share the bad, they can't share the ugly. Now, it's easy to see how this protects the chemical drug companies. But understand it protects confidence in our government-funded healthcare, which is the marketing arm of the chemical drug companies. That's their market. You can't access them anywhere else. You cannot access these chemical pharmaceutical drugs, which are our only legal treatments for serious health conditions, anywhere else but the universal government healthcare system. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And this is by design. This is by design. Now, the censorship hurts the natural health industry because the natural health industry is not concerned about safety signals in the least. And it's not that there aren't risks. And we're going to have a speaker up here talking about DMSO. And it's like, well, if you're on a blood thinner, you got to be careful because it's a blood thinner too. It's not that they're not without risks, but it's just they're what risk analysis people call, they're in a category that's so ultra safe that you don't bother regulating them because you could never measure whether you're making it worse or better. So for example, there was a professor, a risk analysis expert, Professor Ron Law, that a client of mine hired to do a risk analysis some years ago. He couldn't find any data in Canada showing a death by natural health product, so he had to include data from other Western nations, so at least he had a signal. And using that signal, it was clear that Canadians are 14 times more likely to be struck and killed by lightning than by a natural health product. Like, that's a big factor, 14 times, right? Like, so why do we even talk safety? Because Health Canada, their whole reason of trying to get rid of these products publicly is well, safety. We're trying to basically regulate away all risk without looking into the benefits. So just, talking about censorship and how this hurts the natural health community. So we're not worried about risk. Let's identify the risk that's there and let's figure out how to manage it. But boy, the benefits, the censorship of the benefits, does that ever hurt not just the industry, but you? And I like to use True Hope and Nutritional Support as an example. Anyone hear about True Hope? Okay, not very many. So True Hope years ago developed a vitamin and mineral supplement. You can buy it in most health food stores. It's just a vitamin and mineral supplement. But if taken at the right dosage, it's likely the best treatment for bipolar disorder in the world, bar none, and does a whole bunch of other things. In fact, there's the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary has what's called the Behavioral Research Unit based in Children's Hospital. And, at the time of this story, for 25 years, all they did was clinical research, double-blind clinical trials, case series, you name it. All they do is research. They're experts in research. And they do a case series on this with bipolar adults, published in the Journal of Psychiatry. And like 8 out of 10 very quickly got well and gotten taken off all their meds and stayed well. And it was astounding. And they did a study, this behavioral research unit did a study on children. And back then we didn't diagnose children as bipolar. So the criteria was if you were a psychiatrist in the Calgary area and you had a child that, regardless of what the behavioral issue was, you couldn't manage with whatever drugs you tried, refer them to the study. And 8 out of 10 quickly got well and off all their meds and stayed well. It so astounded them. And the lead researcher, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, she's one of the speakers on an online health show, so you can watch her presentation on micronutrients. They're so astounded that the Behavioral Research Unit at Children's Hospital goes to the Alberta government and says, look at this data, you gotta use taxpayer money for double-blind clinical trial. And the Alberta government agreed. And now there was a double-blind clinical trial being run by the Behavioral Research Unit at the University of Calgary on this product. And there are now 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications, all funded by governments around the world, not just in Canada, on this product. They can't share it with you, right? They can't share it with you. So, if you got a child and they want to put him on an antidepressant or her on an antidepressant, don't you think you'd make better health decisions if the law was that all health information had to be shared with you? So you knew about the clinical trials that failed. You knew about reports of death. You knew reports about serious adverse reactions. Or conversely, you go into a health food store, all they allow us in the natural health community is they prove us for what's called structure function claims. So Empower Plus is allowed to claim like supports mental health. Well, that doesn't help you at all, does it? And they used to link on their Canadian website to all of those 30 plus journal publications. They don't anymore because of this self-care framework where the fines are now $5 million a day. So, we're losing. The censorship is getting more and more and more. So there are people whose lives are absolutely turned around by natural health products, and you don't know about it. And I'm just going to share some stories from, events that have been happening as we march across the country. And you don't know about it because the people that know will get shut down if they share it. So the practitioners, the doctors that know these stories, it's illegal for them to share them with you. The manufacturers who know these stories, like True Hope, it's illegal for them to share it with you. And so I'm just going to share some stories so you understand how important this is. One of the things that we're doing is we're having an online health show. This is why we're live streaming. We're live streaming to an online health show that we're running for 3 weeks. And we're having health experts, like I mentioned, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan is sharing about the use of micronutrients and mental illness. You know, another one that comes to mind, you know, Udo Erasmus, the guy about essential oils. So we're having all of that, which health shows have, but we're doing something that's never happened anywhere in the world. We're having ordinary Canadians share their stories of how they're only alive or they're only healthy because of natural health products, because it's forbidden. But there's a whole bunch of people out there suffering. Like this is, you're going to understand this is an ethical issue. So we're in Grand Prairie last week, or maybe it was this week. My life's a blur right now. So yeah, it was this week. So we were in Grand Prairie. And one of the people speaking was Karen Peters. And she explains how, you know, she was suffering terribly with rheumatoid arthritis. And then, you know, the doctor decides to put her on a couple of prescriptions. And she shared that the doctor explained to her, and just think about how you would feel with this. The doctor explained to her, you know, there is no cure. And we can slow it, but it's going to get worse. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and then this is going to kill you. Okay, so now, what does that do to your emotional well-being? What does that do to your spiritual well-being? I mean, now you've got one of those dig deep challenges. And so, I forget what the first drug is now, but the second drug was methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. And like that piqued my interest, so I looked into it afterwards, and it's quite common in Canada for us to be treating rheumatoid arthritis with chemotherapy drugs. That's interesting, isn't it? So it's common. So anyway, for a full year, she is weekly injecting herself with this chemotherapy drug. And she explains, like, she just wanted to die. Like the nausea, the sickness, that's something we all dread, right? Is having to go on chemo. So, well, imagine it's like, at least with cancer, it's like, okay, we're going to be on it for 6 months or something. No, her diagnosis, you're going to be on it till you die, right? So she's literally in hell. She's still in pain. Now the swelling in her hands have gone down. They used to be twice this size, but she's still having like the walking pain and trouble. Like she described it like balls in her feet. That was getting worse, and her life's a living hell. And she finally, a friend saying, you got to go see a naturopathic doctor after a year of this. And she's sharing with us, well, no, because the medical doctors are the experts, right? Well, we've all been trained this. We've all been trained. The medical doctors are the experts. So she's reluctant because of the training to go to a medical doctor, but she's searching. And she comes across a naturopathic doctor that was a medical doctor first. And that gave her the confidence, and may still be a medical doctor. That gave her the confidence to go and see a naturopathic doctor. So she goes and sees this doctor, and she explains to us, and you can watch her presentation. It'll be online by now, I think. And she explains to us, the first thing she lets the doctor know is she has an incurable illness. And then the doctor lets her know, well, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness. So using nutrition and natural remedies. And she's now not on any drugs. She's not in pain. She can walk all she wants. She's not facing a wheelchair. She's not facing death. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? But this is secret. This is secret. This is why we're having people like her share their stories. Because how many Canadians with rheumatoid arthritis, how many are being injected weekly with chemotherapy drugs? Is it 10,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 200,000? How many? I'd like to know. And they're in living hell, and they have no hope, and they're facing a wheelchair, and they're facing death, and they're facing chemotherapy for the rest of their lives, which will be shortened. The naturopath/medical doctor that cured her made her know in no uncertain terms that chemotherapy drug would have given you cancer. Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it? Not only are they the third leading cause of our death, they cause a whole bunch of other conditions. So, isn't it important for people suffering from rheumatoid arthritis to know you don't have to lose hope? You know, I'll share another story, and this was one of the first people that I interviewed for the health show, and her name's Marion. And at the time of the story, she's working for Health Canada in Ottawa. She's a PhD immunologist, and she develops chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so bad that she has to dig deep to work, but it's all she can do is work. She can't sleep at all at night, like none. So even though she's working at Health Canada, she's having to nap during the day. And just to give you a feel for how bad this was, is she said at one point she just got fed up, like, I'm going to go out for supper with a friend. Like, I got to have some life outside of work. So she, made the arrangement. She took the day off work so she could try and nap all day so that she'd be able to do this. She's out at the restaurant. At the table, she passes out and face plants into her food. So we'd all be horrified with the embarrassment, but can you imagine just even the act of passing out in public? And is there someone to catch you? Like, so that ended anything outside of work for her. And even she explained, at the end of the workday, well, everyone else would drive home. Well, she couldn't drive home. She'd have to nap until she felt it was safe enough where she wouldn't pass out driving home. And, the Canadian expert on chronic fatigue syndrome at the time was a specialist in Ottawa, and she consults with him, and he says, we have no treatments. And she shares her immune system's shot, she's depressed, she's run down, and she was quite candid. If she hadn't found an answer, she would have killed herself. And of course she would. Like, most of us in this room, we've had short-term illness that was so severe, we understand that. And now, the government will push you with MAID. But how many people like Marion are suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome and they don't see any way out and their life is hell? And for her, what the answer was, she comes across St. John's wort and within 24 hours, she sleeps the night, and 20 years later, she's never looked back. Right? Like a simple natural health product. Now, that might not work for everyone, but there are no treatments. And we got to share this with them. Another person, because I want to segue into nutrition, and I forget her name now, but she's a young mom. You can watch her online. And she got 2 young kids at home, and she gets restless leg syndrome. So how she describes it is she, when she would try to go to bed at night, she would get, it's like electrical shocks into her legs, and the muscles are twitching. It's really uncomfortable. And the only way to stop it is walking, getting up, putting weight on your legs and walking. So she's not getting any sleep. She's walking all night. And she's getting more and more tired. She's getting more and more fatigued. She's getting depressed. She's getting less friendly with her family. She's losing the ability to care for her children. And her medical doctor says, oh yeah, you got restless leg syndrome. We don't actually have a treatment specific for that, so let me put you on a Parkinson's drug. Yeah, can you imagine? You don't have Parkinson's, and the medical doctor wants to put her on a Parkinson's drug. Now, thankfully, she looked into the drug. And it was awful, like just the side effects. She would have been another, Karen Peters, and likely would have disabled herself and just suffered and suffered and suffered. But she wasn't willing to do that. So she ends up going to a naturopathic doctor who just like, well, yeah, you need this type of magnesium. And like a day later, she's fine. Now, this was one of the earlier stories. And it struck me, right? Like, because why didn't the doctor know about magnesium? And I'm sharing this story with, medical doctors that I'm interviewing. I'm sharing it with naturopaths, homeopaths. Like, I don't know how many medical doctors we have on the show, but I interviewed 3, and 2 of them, well, all 3 have practiced for over 40 years, and 2 of them became homeopathic doctors partway into their practice, so they practiced both. And the other became an expert in nutrition. So they all know about nutrition, and I asked all of them, well, how much training did you get as going through medicine in nutrition? Now, this becomes important a little later on. So how much training do you get in nutrition? Like, well, 2 hours, half a day, maybe. Okay, this is by design, by the way. Like, they train for like 8 years. And they're deliberately not trained in nutrition. So that doctor wouldn't know that if you have muscle twitches, well, like magnesium. But in the natural health community, as I'm sharing the story, it's kind of like, when you're saying something so obvious to some people, like, oh, I'm dehydrated, I don't know what to do. We'll drink some water. Like, yes, if you have muscle twitches, magnesium diglycinate, right? Dollars to donuts, that's your problem. And if it's not, come back and we'll figure it out, right? So, I saw a presentation by Dr. Carolyn Dean some years ago where she has up on the screen the symptoms of heart disease. And then she puts next to that the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were identical. So let's talk about our food supply, because this is, I guess, really the 5th wheel. This is how we feed the drug model. So everything's a drug. It's illegal to use any drug except one's approved of. We only approve the chemicals. And then the government-funded system, that's the marketing, or distribution, because that's the only way we can access them. And they're the only treatments, by and large. I know there's exceptions, but by and large, the only treatments available to us. No, and there are exceptions. You're bleeding out on warfarin, that blood thinner, and you go to the hospital, they're going to give you a shot of vitamin K. I mean, that's not a synthetic drug, but it'll stop your bleeding, and they don't want their stats too bad, so they'll do it. But no, and some doctors, they'll recommend iron and stuff like we get that for anemia. There are exceptions, but they're exceptions. That's the problem, right? So let's talk about nutrition. And, it's still early. I'm going to say something radical, and if you guys decide, I don't believe this, you can go. But I'm going to stick by it. You'll never have heard this before. I know that I'm shocking audiences across the nation, but I'm going to state something that's true, and you can believe me or not. But the truth is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. I'm sorry, I believe it. Okay, like this is new to the government. It's new to our medical system. It's new. It's revolutionary. Like, who knew? So, who has control over our food supply? Canadian Food Inspection Agency, who are, garnering our love right now on an ostrich farm, and Health Canada. Now, they have allowed so many toxic chemicals into our food supply that I'm now wondering, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I have fought these bureaucracies for 30 years, and you cannot believe just how narrow-minded and blinders they can be. Like, you don't have to go to the conspiracy, you can just go bureaucracy and like it's yes minister. But if the goal was, like, if they sat down and said, what's the level of toxicity we can have in the food supply without the population rebelling, without them going, oh oh my gosh, we got to do something. We're there. Like, it couldn't be more toxic. Our food supply, controlled by the government, could not be more toxic without us reacting as a population en masse and stopping. Like, it's absolutely amazing. If we tested everyone in this room, we all have glyphosate. And that's toxic. I mean, there's no safe level. So we all have glyphosate. Just as an example, like, there'd be hundreds of chemicals that we would all test positive for. And some of our speakers on the health show, I mean, their issue was toxic load. You know, Nick Mancuso, famous actor. He was, you know, Ray in Stingray. He had a leading role in the Antichrist series. Fast and Furious, like, you name it. Famous actor. He shares with us on the health show about toxic overload. Udo Erasmus, you know, the kind of godfather of omega-3s and 6, and the person that taught us about bad fats. He got into this because of toxic overload. Like, in his 20s as a young man, he was disabled. Like, he literally couldn't walk more than, you know, 20 paces because of toxic overload. This is real. So we have so many toxins in our food supply, even if you're trying to eat right, you know, eating organic and all of that, that it's like we're all on a walking journey, and what the government has done is put 100 pounds of toxins on our back. And, you know, we're walking, we're working, we're going uphill, we're going downhill, but we've got a toxic load on our back, every single one of us. Do you know it's likely that no one here and no one watching online actually knows what it's like to feel healthy? Isn't that an interesting thought? I mean, it's an interesting thought. You know, Dr. Michelle Perot is a speaker on our show. I don't think it came out with this interview, but when I was interviewing her in another forum, she shared that in the US, and she believes the figures are the same for Canada, like 1 out of 5 children, so 20%, are now chronically ill. Well, how can it be on our watch? How can it be on our watch that 20% of our children are chronically ill? And do you think it's an accident? See, because it can't be. It's not a secret that toxins are toxins. And we've got this horribly dangerous food supply. Well, the next interesting thing, like I say, is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, it's simple. It is truly simple. You know, we had Udo Erasmus as one of the speakers at our Vancouver event. And he was saying, well, there's actually this list of what he calls essential nutrients. And he lists the different categories. And I'm asking him, so, like, you know, we're going to be in trouble if we're missing any of these. And he was very clear. He says, no, but this list, we call them essential because if you're missing one of them, you die. So if you're missing one of them, you get sick and die. That's why we call them essential. There's a whole bunch of non-essential nutrients we'll just be chronically sick without. We won't have optimum health. But there's a whole bunch that are essential. And they're not a secret. We know them. You know, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and anyone can search online for this, they regularly test the food supply for nutrients. So they test our fruits and vegetables and our grains and the like. How many nutrients? Like 100 years ago, our food was filled with nutrients. That's what food is. So our food was filled with nutrients, and you could get everything you needed just by eating. But I think it was their 1949 report where they had already sounded the alarm and said, there's not enough in our food anymore. And it's gotten worse since then. And they actually listed, okay, well, if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get. And if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get, and so on and so on. This isn't a secret. If the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy, and if you don't have them, you're going to be unhealthy. And if you don't have them long enough, you're going to get chronically sick. And then our government-funded healthcare system is not going to address your nutritional deficiency. They're not even trained to recognize it. They're trained to do a diagnosis of your chronic illness and then prescribe a chemical drug to address the symptoms of your illness. And that's the third leading cause of death in our country. Plus, there's person after person after person suffering. This isn't a legal issue. This has nothing to do with our drug laws. How can it? This is a spiritual issue. This is a spiritual issue. We've lost our way. What's the second most important thing we're supposed to do? Love one another like ourselves. But our drug policies are all about hate. That's what our drug laws are about. It's just what I've explained to you. If you were to say, okay, is that an expression of love or is that an expression of hate? So that's why I say this isn't a legal issue. This is a full-blown spiritual issue. And it is a huge problem. It is an ethical problem. And we either are going to reach this critical mass of people that just say, no, I will not comply anymore. Or we pass on to the next generation this trap that we were in without knowing we were in it. Because most of you will not have known a lot of this stuff until now. It's what in law we call ringing true. And hopefully some pieces are falling into place. But we had another speaker in Lloydminster. That was last night, right? Jan. So we've got a speaker in Lloydminster last night, Jan, and she had Crohn's for 30 years. 30 years. And, the discomfort, the food going straight through her, and you can't do anything. You can't go out for supper because you're not going to be able to sit at the table. You've got to plan your trips by where the bathrooms are. For 30 years. And can you imagine how the family suffers? Because you don't do things. And, and you're depressed and you feel run down because you're not getting your nutrients. And she's actually on drugs for 30 years, chemical drugs for 30 years. And she's being told, well, it's to prevent Crohn's, but it never prevented it. And almost on a yearly basis, she'd have what she calls a flare-up, where she'd end up in the hospital. And sometimes for weeks. And then after 30 years, she goes to a holistic practitioner, and guess what happened? Oh, she got well. And the irony is, when she was under the medical care, it was don't eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this, don't eat this. She can eat whatever she wants now. Well, and think about it. If you need nutrition to be healthy, you're getting no nutrition because everything's going through you and you're restricting your diet. It's wonderful, right? So, yeah, so this is an ethical issue. I want to share with you what we're doing. And then I just want to share another story where I believe God was totally involved. And then I'm going to have our sole guest speaker come up and share with us. But so I shared with you, the NHPPA, we're a nonprofit, and our incorporated purposes are to protect our access to natural remedies, protect our health rights, and to promote truthful health information. So that's what we do. And we're really the only group that does it. Years ago, there used to be a lot of groups with the same mission. And for whatever reason, they've all disappeared, with the last one left standing. And it was 2008. And it doesn't matter which government is in power, whether it's liberal or conservative. For sure, the conservatives are softer. They're easier to deal with. But the trajectory is still the same. So in 2008, the Harper government came out with this bill C-51, which was just awful. And we resisted it, and a whole bunch of other people resisted it, and it went away. But you know, everyone's exhausted. And so we got people from across the country together for a couple of meetings, you know, practitioners, manufacturers, consumers, stores, lawyers. And it's kind of like, we're fighting this war of attrition. Like Health Canada has a war on nutrition. I'll just, before I finish that, I've got to go back to the nutrition thing because I forgot an important point, and that's our recommended daily allowances. So remember, we've taken out of our food supply, basically you can't get the nutrients you need in our food supply. Like watch our health show, people like Udo Radonbis, everyone just says, they agree with the US Department of Agriculture. So even if you're trying to eat well, eating organic, eating raw, all of that, you can't get what you need to be healthy without supplementing. So we're in this world where you have to supplement. You got to take vitamins and minerals, and please get advice from someone in the know, like don't just wing it, but even that's better than nothing. So figure out, you know, what you need, and dollars to donuts, you'll notice a difference, and in any event, you're going to avoid chronic illness, much more likely to. So, so you got to supplement. So here we're in this world where you like when I talk about natural health products, yeah, there are specific combinations to treat conditions. And there are specific things, like I already mentioned, ginger tree, like it works tea, it works on nausea. Like there's certain herbs we know for certain things that it's not really for the nutrient value, it's just other things that are in there that we know treat you. But by and large, we are talking about nutrients. We're talking about vitamins and minerals and, you know, tinctures and stuff like that to give you nutrition. Most of the natural health community, it's just vital nutrients we can't get from our food anymore. Well, do you know it's illegal in Canada for the manufacturers to basically provide you vitamins and minerals in the amounts that you need? And that's through these daily recommended allowances. And everyone, like, you know, made noise and nodded their heads when I said that term. So we've all picked up a food package, or we've picked up a vitamin bottle and it lists ingredients and then says recommended daily allowance percentage this. So you all know what I'm talking about. Now, the RDAs are set so low that if you follow them, you're not getting what you need. You know, one of our speakers at the health show is Dr. James Lunny, and he does a presentation on vitamin D. And most people know vitamin D is really, really important to have a healthy immune system. Most people know that, but it's really important for a bunch of other things. And our body manufactures vitamin D from the sun. Like, so you're not supposed to wear sunscreen, you know, and you're supposed to be out in the sun, and you're supposed to roll your sleeves up or wear, you know, shorts and short sleeve shirts. You're supposed to be in the sun. Now, there's a problem. People that get a lot of sunshine have less skin cancer. So you're going to have to do something else to get your skin cancer if you're getting a lot of sun. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to work harder. It's almost like everything we're told, is there a single public health guideline that's correct? You know, it's kind of like, could our food supply be more toxic without everyone just rebelling against it? Likely not. So we have these recommended daily allowances. Like, so for vitamin D, the maximum by law, like if you try to sell somebody more than 2,500 international units, which are micrograms, like we're talking nothing, of vitamin D, Health Canada will attack you and shut you down. So it's actually illegal. So that's nowhere near enough. So you have to ignore the bottle, or, you know, some manufacturers have it like liquid and like, oh, put a drop on. No, you do the stopper full, right? Like that, there's ways to get around it, but it's more expensive than in like the US where they can just sell the dosage amount whatever they want because it's a vital nutrient. They're classed as foods there. But we're in this drug model, right? So in the United States, they don't fight for their nutrients. They can sell vitamin D in whatever amount they want. So, but for us, it's actually illegal for us to get the nutrients they need. And I'll just share a fun story where the RDAs came from. And they actually came from World War II. And the Allies, D-Day is approaching, and they think they got a problem. They think they have a supply problem because they're expecting to break through every beach. They don't know they're only going to break through one and be hemmed in for a while. And so they're thinking they're going to break through every beach, and the soldiers are going to pour deep into the interior of France, and we're not going to be able to resupply them for 2 weeks. So they asked the question, remember, they're carrying their bedding, they're carrying their gun, they're carrying their ammo, they got to carry their food for 2 weeks. So the question was, what's the minimum amount of nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old man needs to be able to function for 2 weeks? After 2 weeks, he can collapse. But what's the minimum amount? And those are now our RDAs. It has nothing to do with optimal nutrition. You will not find any expert anywhere other than Health Canada or, hired hacks from Health Canada. But in the real world, and how can we be in a country where it's illegal you got a supplement or you're going to be sick, but yet it's illegal for anyone to sell you enough for you to be healthy? Like, isn't this insane? So back to what we're doing. So we have this conference after, we have a couple of meetings, people from across Canada, and we're asking the question, we're fighting this war of attrition against South Canada. They just keep coming up with initiatives. We organize to resist them, and we're happy if we just don't lose too much. Like right now, we're in the middle of a Health Canada initiative, the self-care framework. We've lost a lot in the last 2 years. In fact, they do one more part of that initiative, cost recovery, which they're still publicly saying will happen this year. I'll explain that in a minute. Like, we're in a world of hurt for both prices and availability. So it's like this war of attrition. Well, how do you win that? You can't. You can't. How do you fight Health Canada when they're just yelling risk, risk, risk without ever looking into the benefits? And that in itself is false. If you want good health policy, well, what are the risks? How do we minimize them? What are the benefits? How do we maximize them? If we get rid of these natural health products, which is the goal, is to so truncate our industry that really they're not available for most of us, there's going to be deaths. So our answer was, well, let's come up with a solution. And the solution was, let's have basically a health bill of rights. We call it the Charter of Health Freedom. And for this tour, we're just calling it the Health Charter because that's easier. But it's a law we want Parliament to pass. And it does some really important things. So we're part of this common law tradition. And since, William the Conqueror in 1066, we had what's called the common law. And over the centuries and centuries and centuries, courts have basically established minimum health rights that we'll tolerate. So the government can't go beyond this line or we won't tolerate it. They've just learned through experience. And so we have these minimum health rights that the courts say we have. Well, the government doesn't even respect that. So, well, let's list them so there's no ambiguity. Here are the rights the courts say we have. And say in a law, well, the government has to adhere to these, both in their legislation and their actions. That's already the common law, but there seems to be some confusion. So that's the first thing the Health Charter does. The second thing the Health Charter does is it creates some legal presumptions that we've learned are necessary. So one of the legal presumptions that it creates is the legal presumption that the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment works for a person is the person. That's revolutionary. But in the legal world, that has huge ramifications. I'm aware of somebody right now who's not able to make good health decisions, who's basically being overridden in the healthcare system. And we all know this happens. And the families are being more and more excluded, especially if a minor is involved in health. We're losing. Basically, doctors are acting as the medical decision makers for us. But another thing happens that's really insidious is if the legal treatments don't work for you, so if the synthetic chemicals, because those are the only legal treatments, if they're not working for you, and you've come to rely on a natural treatment, and then Health Canada finds out that somebody's providing the natural treatment illegally, and Health Canada takes it away, and if you are part of that really, really small minority of Canadians that would have the financial resources to go against the Department of Justice machine. So most of us couldn't do that. But there's a small number of Canadians that actually have the financial resources where they could go to court, because their lives are on the line, against the Department of Justice machine and say, no, I actually need this treatment. The other ones don't work. Like I'm only in court spending all this money because I actually need this. Now, this is beyond the Department of Justice and this is beyond the courts. They must think that Canadians with money like apply to them saying they need access to something they don't need. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? You only go to court saying I need access to a natural remedy when you actually need access. But what the Department of Justice does is they'll hire 2 or 3 experts who will say, okay, you have this condition and nobody disagrees with your condition. Here are the approved treatments. Here's the research on those approved treatments. They are approved by Health Canada as safe as effective. They work. And the treatment that you are relying, it's not approved. It doesn't work. It's snake oil. You're full of crap and you can lose. And to me, that's just crap, right? We could use other adjectives, but we'll stick with that one. Why should you have, so we need a legal presumption. I'm sorry, you're going to court saying you need something, you don't have to prove it, and you don't have to go against a whole bunch of government hired experts to say you need it. So the charter, it's meant to solve these problems. The other thing is we shouldn't be having to fight for access to vital nutrients. And the government shouldn't be the sole body to say whether or not we can have access. Like, that's just wrong. As I say, it's a spiritual issue. So the charter takes that regulation away from Health Canada, creates a new Ministry of Wellness with a legal duty to protect and promote our access. And you see how that would be very different than what we're experiencing. And then the Charter of Health Freedom creates what is called a Health Freedom Ombudsman, so that you don't even have to go to court if your life's on the line, because most of us can't. And sometimes you don't have the time. And you know, if we're talking about a small regulatory violation versus your life, you got to have somewhere to go to protect yourself. You know, in an opening, I think 3 days ago, I forget, the life's a blur, I was talking about the True Hope story and what happened there. And I shared with you, this is the one where they've got this vitamin mineral supplement to treat bipolar disorder. I'll share with you the story, a little bit of the story, and then make the point that this is life and death. So the product, as you would expect, the world's best treatment for bipolar disorder would be invented by a property manager and an animal nutritionist. Like that, those are the two we'd pick, right? Well, but those are the two that were deliberately guided. So what happened was the property manager, Tony Stefan, his wife had bipolar disorder, and like her father before her, she committed suicide. And 2 of his children had serious bipolar disorder. So one of his daughters, Autumn, she's married, she's living in Edmonton, and she has bipolar disorder so bad that she's involuntarily committed to the psych ward and then released involuntarily. So what happens is you become manic, you become suicidal, they involuntarily commit you, they put you on a new drug cocktail, and it just totally dopes you out. And then after you become acclimatized to it, so you're not totally drooling on yourself 24 hours a day, they release you on 24-hour suicide watch, and you slowly, ever so slowly, get accustomed to the drug, and then it's called a breakout. You're manic again, you're suicidal again, you're involuntarily committed again, and they put you on a new drug cocktail. And that was her life. And he had a teenage boy, Joseph, at home, big kid, like 200 pounds, maybe there was one fat molecule, like he's one of those guys, and he would rage. The doctor's trying to manage him on lithium, which is the main treatment for bipolar disorder, and it's not working. And the other kids had gone to Dad and said, like, Dad, we're scared. Like, we're scared that Joseph's going to kill us in the middle of the night. And like, you got to institutionalize him. So he's broken. Well, he's on a church building committee. He's a property manager. And this animal nutritionist is also on the building committee. And they've got to go inspect something at a building. And the one, David Hardy, the animal nutritionist, like, how are you doing? And, you know, usually it's just, oh, I'm fine. But do you really want to know? And Tony shares what's going on with his family, how he's being broken. And the animal nutritionist said something that has changed the world now. He said, you know, I don't know about human nutrition, but you're describing Regine and Joseph, and it's reminding me of what we call ear and tail biting syndrome in pigs, where they just become aggressive and they tear at each other's ears and tails, hence they call it ear and tail biting. And we know it's a nutritional deficiency, so their feed's already supplemented, but they kind of crank it up and supplement it more with vitamins and minerals. And he says 100% of the time the behavior goes away. Oh, ding, ding, the little light bulbs. I wonder if there could be nutritional basis to mental. So they just start researching. I guess it was quite an adventure. Lots of arguments late into the night as they're, you know, researching and reading every publication they can find on nutrients and mental health. And they come up with this protocol. And it's just 3 off-the-shelf products that they think approximate what they think you need for good mental health. And they give it to Joseph. And he doesn't get well. But he's different. They can tell something's changed. So they add another product, which is just, they describe it as a colloidal mineral. It's just somewhere in the States, there's all this buried biomass, and somebody digs it up and squeezes it and bottles what comes out. And they add it. So now Joseph's on 4 products. Well, he gets well. And they take him off his lithium and he stays well. And they're like, this is interesting. So then Autumn, the daughter that's in and out of psych wards, her husband Dana calls and says, well, you know, Autumn's out on 24-hour suicide watch. And when I go to work, I drop her off at my parents' and everyone's getting exhausted. Can I drop her off at your place for a week or 2, you know, to get a break? Yes, you can. Well, she ends up trying the protocol. Now, she got lucky. Like, it's interesting. They got charged criminally in an effort to get, what happened was, remember I told you, Behavioral Research Unit, this is later in the story, they do this case series on bipolar adults and this case series on children, and one's published in the Journal of Psychiatry, the other in the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology, like blue chip journals, great research. And then they go to the Alberta government, which is running now on taxpayer dime, a double-blind clinical trial out of Children's Hospital. And it was designed, like this is a vitamin and mineral supplement. You can go into the health food store and buy it in town here. But this unit runs clinical trials on dangerous chemicals. Like Dr. Kaplan does a presentation on this at the health show. She does 2 presentations, one on the research on micronutrients and, you know, mental health, and one on what happened with this clinical trial in Health Canada. So, but she explains, like this clinical trial, I mean, it's run as if it's a dangerous chemical, not a vitamin and mineral supplement you can get in the health food store, like literally where they're doing blood work regularly, and there's a psychiatrist on 24-hour call, all of this stuff. You know, they're through ethics, all of this. The trial is running, and then CTV News, Lloyd Robertson, back when the news could say stuff like this, they report on how promising this government-funded double-blind clinical trial, how promising it is in this earlier research. The next day, Health Canada shuts down the trial. The next day, Health Canada instructs True Hope, you stop selling. And what True Hope does is they basically have psychiatrists and doctors and people who depend on this communicate with Health Canada. It's like, well, obviously they don't know. Like, no, people, they actually rely on this for their lives. They're no longer getting involuntarily committed to psych wards. Like, if it works, you're normal. Like, you're back at work full time, you're back at school. Like, it's the craziest thing. It either works or it doesn't work. And if it works, it works. And so where I'm going, I was going to share with you a funny story about Dr. Charles Popper, who's a psychiatrist from Harvard. I had to subpoena, but well, you got interested in the story, so we're going here. So So this double-blind clinical trial, it is, it's pharmaceutical standard run by doctors and researchers that all they do is clinical trials. They've been, at that point, doing it for a quarter century. They're a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. And the trial gets shut down. And Bonnie Kaplan explains in her presentation at the show, she's talking to higher ups in Health Canada, and they're saying, this has something to do with something else. We're shutting down your trial and we're not going to let you run it. Like, don't bother. So this has something to do with something else. Well, Health Canada, full stop, is the enforcement arm because they have to shut down. We've made it illegal to use anything but chemical drugs. And because it's illegal, they're the enforcement arm. So they're the thugs for the pharmaceutical companies to maintain the monopoly on us using chemical drugs. Like, full stop. I'll share with you some scary things, but so right away, psychiatrists and doctors and people are communicating with Health Canada because True Hope's thinking, well, if they understand that no, this is life and death, because the offense was Health Canada has to come up with some reason. And this is 2003. The offense was, well, you're selling without a drug identification number, so that's your license number. Well, in 2003, you couldn't get a drug identification number for a natural health product. Like, there's 80,000, Health Canada estimated there were 80,000 on the market at that time, and there were 80,000 illegal ones. Like, so why are you singling this one out? And January 1st, 2004, new regulations where you could get licensed to come in. So, okay, you're all illegal. Why are you singling out this one? It was the only company being prosecuted that year. Well, we know why. Because CTV National News ran on the National or whatever they were called, Floyd Robertson, who was the anchor then, about how promising this research is in treating bipolar disorder. So the clinical trial gets shut down. They get told to stop. The companies in Alberta, and they've got a call center there, because you can't just be on psychiatric drugs and stop. And even if you're not on psychiatric drugs, bipolar is a very serious thing. So they had this call center, so you had to actually agree, you had to have your doctor on side, you had to have your family on side, and they would track your symptoms, and then they'd put you on the protocol. And it was necessary because what they learned is very quickly you would get better. But then if you're on psychiatric drugs, after about 2 weeks, you start getting worse again, and then your doctor wants to increase your meds. When really what's happening, they've learned, is your brain chemistry is changing because of the nutrients, and the meds are becoming more potent, and you actually need to be weaned off. But now there's a dance. You can't just cut them off, so it's kind of like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And they became the first company. It used to be conventional wisdom. You were on Effexor for life. You can never get weaned off. They figured out how to do it. Harvard Medical School probably still calls them today for addiction advice on psychiatric drugs. I know at the time of the trial, they were, these are the world experts. But they were the world experts because they needed to save lives, right? So Health Canada ends up charging them in an effort to shut them down, because they wouldn't. So there's all these people communicating with Health Canada, and then the product is made in the United States and shipped into Canada. They wouldn't stop, so Health Canada started seizing shipments at the border. And then there's more communications. Like, there were so many calls to the minister's office of people or doctors calling on behalf of their patients, that if you called Health Canada or you called the minister's office, they set up what they called a 1-800 crisis line. And as soon as you said True Hope or Empower Plus, they'd hit a button without you asking, and you're transferred to this crisis line. And what they'd say publicly is, well, we understand that some people are concerned about losing access to Empower Plus, so we've set up this crisis line with trained mental health professionals to, basically, and they all they would tell you is, well, you can't get the product, you have to get back on the psychiatric drugs, which for a lot of these people were death sentence. Like, I called a lot of witnesses at the trial who were like Autumn, like they were involuntarily committed in and out, and then they have their life back, right? So the interesting thing is what do trained mental health counselors do? When you phone them, they take notes. So let me tell you a fun story about the 1-800 crisis line notes. It's actually not a fun story. I ended up weeping when I first got them. But in a criminal trial, the defense has a right to anything that's relevant. And through what I had got, you're always having to fight with Health Canada to get everything. It was clear that there's these 1-800 crisis line notes that the people at the end of the line were taking notes. So I request them. I request them in writing. I request them in writing again. You know, I probably requested them in writing 5 or 6 times. You know, remember back then, and this letter, and this letter, and this letter, and this letter, I asked you for that. I'm still asking for it. And we'd have pretrial conferences, and I bring it up in front of the judge. I don't have this yet. And the Crown, and the Crown attorney was an ethical, great lawyer, but Health Canada wasn't giving him the disclosure. But I kept getting told I would get it, I would get it, I would get it. Well, first day of trial, I still don't have it. Now, I could have asked for an adjournment, but you know, the client doesn't have much resources. We've prepared for the trial. We've got people flying from all across North America to testify. I'm not canceling the trial. But I ask the judge in court, day one, I say, listen, I don't have these notes. And the Crown says to the judge, they're coming, they're coming. And day two, I bring up, I don't have these notes. They're coming and coming. And I don't remember if it was day 3 or day 4. It was one of those days. And I bring it up, and the Crown says, well, they're undiscoverable. I think it's a new word. Pretty cool. So undiscoverable, and how it was explained to the court, and there's a transcript, was that apparently these 1-800 crisis line notes were in the office of a assistant deputy minister. Now that's already interesting. Why would they be in the office of assistant deputy minister? Really? Are you telling me the truth here? But that was the line. Okay, they were in the office of an assistant deputy minister, and that person's gone on to another department, and somehow in the transition, they've gone somewhere. Lord knows where. By gosh, we've turned over every page and every stone, and they're undiscoverable. Sorry. Well, the judge goes ballistic. He goes ballistic. And he's making it clear that if we don't have those by the end of the trial, he will entertain staying the charges. Now, amazing coincidence. An amazing coincidence. In the early afternoon, the court is informed by the Crown that Health Canada has found the undiscoverable documents. Can you believe it? Like, what coincidence. It's amazing. It's amazing. And that they were being, this is back like 2005, 2006, they were being faxed from the Department of Justice in Ottawa to the Department of Justice in Edmonton, and I would have them before midnight. Wow. Wow. So they are dropped off at my hotel before midnight, and I don't have any chance to read them that night. I thought, well, I'll go down, take them when I go and eat breakfast, and I'll start going through them. And I take them down, and I start going through them, and I start weeping, and I've never read them to this day. Professional negligence. I couldn't read them because there are 800 pages of people begging for their lives. And, you know, probably about 300 of those are dead. They lost 300 participants that never resurfaced. Ron Lajeunesse, I called him as a witness. He used to be the deputy minister in health, and he set up all their mental health programs. And then he's president of the Canadian Mental Health Association, and he would hold a press conference every time he was aware of a death to try and embarrass Health Canada to, you know, pass this. Now, the Health Canada inspectors knew all of this, and in an opening 2 or 3 days ago, I read from the transcripts, those trial transcripts. So we had the first inspector in charge was a guy named Miles Brousseau, and, you know, I'm pointing out to him all this evidence that what you're doing is harmful. And like, it's crystal clear, like, well, that didn't matter. What mattered was they didn't have a license. It wouldn't affect I'm not even going to read that stuff. I'm aware of a lot of it, but I'm not looking into it as I'm refusing shipments because it's not a policy or directive. And then an inspector named Sheila Wheelock takes over the helm. And she's aware of all this evidence that what's happening is likely causing death and harm. And she says, well, it wasn't relevant to my investigation of whether or not they had a license. Do you see why we need a health freedom ombudsman? Right? The court found that, true, if you're guilty, you're selling without a license, but I have to acquit you because it was legally necessary. It was legally necessary for you to defy Health Canada, or more people would have died. You cannot read the court transcripts and the exhibits and not conclude, as the court did, that Health Canada caused deaths. And it's just, this narrow focus on enforcement. But I learned a lesson there, because when Sheila Wheelock was on the stand, I was, lawyers, some lawyers can be tricky. And I'm asking her a series of questions that I know I'm going to get a yes to. So it's like I've got this list of questions. She's going to say yes, yes, yes. And then I'm going to have her paint it into a logical box and do the whammy question. And she's going to have to say yes because of all the previous yeses. And one of those was something like, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect the health of Canadians. Well, surely I'm going to get a yes. She doesn't give me a yes. So I got to keep my poker face so the judge doesn't know I'm having a problem here. And I keep circling around, trying to get her to say yes. And she won't. And then she gave me the education that I needed. I was only about 10 years into fighting Health Canada. And she explained to me quite truthfully under oath, no, we're not there to protect your health. We're there to enforce the Food and Drug Act. Well, it's true. It's true. I just didn't see it yet, right? I didn't see it yet. So I'm going to share one more fun story and then have my guest come up just to drive home how important this is. Well, one more fun story and then share with you exactly what we're doing and why we need to do it. So one of the persons I called as a witness was Dr. Charles Popper. And you tell me this wasn't a divine appointment. So he was a psychiatrist at Harvard Medical School. And he was like one of these high up guys. So he wouldn't teach medical students. That was pretty far down there. But he would teach doctors for a while how to become child and adolescent psychopharmacologists, and then he'd only deal with psychiatrists and specialize them. And there were 2 bodies in the US that will certify you as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and he set up basically the requirements and the procedures for both of those. And he's the founding editor of the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology, which is the blue chip journal on using adult psychiatric drugs on children and adolescents. Total Mr. Pharmaceutical. Well, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, running the behavioral research unit, doing all this research, she did a bunch of her postdoc work at Harvard Medical School, and she was going back for a visit and wanted to do a presentation at Harvard on this research. And so she contracts this one psychiatrist there, and oh yeah, no, I'll put this together. And he keeps asking Dr. Popper, hey, do you want to come to this presentation? And as he shared to the court under oath, no, he wasn't interested at all, because, I mean, he's an expert on this and he's never heard of using nutrition to treat mental illness. So he just thought it was crap and didn't want to go. So he'd just say no. But as it turned out, because there was an appointment here, that the guy setting it up wouldn't leave him alone. He just kept calling and kept calling. He wouldn't take no as an answer, like one of those annoying situations that can become awkward. And so Popper actually explained to the court, I actually decided I would save time if I just said yes and went. So he goes to this presentation. And he says, I'm listening to this presentation and it is complete crap. Like he shares, no, it's all true. But at the time, he says there were 3 things that he just, this is just so utterly false. He called them strikes. So strike 1, strike 2, and at strike 3, he's like, he lies to get out of there. So strike one, I think, was something like, remember I shared with you, once they put you on the product, you improve dramatically for the first couple of weeks. And in his mind, oh no, strike one, our fastest acting drug, whatever it does, it doesn't start acting for, a couple of weeks. And it takes us a month to load you up to even start counting. So that's the lie, strike one. And strike two was this thing that it's actually the psychiatric drugs being amplified, and there's this dance. It's like he'd never heard of nutrition affecting psychiatric drugs. I forget what strike three was, but at strike three, he lies to get out of the room. Like, this is what he tells the court. He says, it's like, I wasn't going to waste my time any longer. So it's like, look at my watch. Oh my gosh, look at what time it is. I got an appointment. I got to go. But he's being polite. And he says, but this is all really interesting. Do you have a list of ingredients so I can look into it? Well, don't you know they didn't have a list of ingredients, but they had a bottle that listed the ingredients. And they're trying to give him this bottle. Well, he's in a Harvard teaching hospital. He doesn't want to walk to his office with a vitamin bottle. He's actually telling the court he'd be embarrassed. So he's trying not to take this bottle. I can say this because I'm half Ukrainian. They were like, Ukrainian grandmothers wouldn't let you out of there without taking something. So he finally agrees to take this bottle. He says he steps out of there, he stuffs it under his lab coat, he marches to his office, and he sticks it behind a stack of journals on his cadenza. Well, he doesn't have an appointment. He lied. And then the phone rings. And it's a friend who's also a child and adolescent psychiatrist. And the friend says, I'm really sad to be making this call, but my 10-year-old boy, he's raging and he's in distress, and we've held off as long as we could. Will you take him as a patient? And Popper says, sure, and I'm free right now, come on in. So dad's psychiatrist comes in, mom comes in, 10-year-old boy comes in, and Popper tells the court, I could have hospitalized that child right then and there. He says you couldn't sit still, couldn't make eye contact. You would fight to maybe get a one-word response. He says, I could have institutionalized that kid. And dad's psychiatrist is saying, well, write me a script, write me a prescription. Well, Popper created the protocols, and the protocols are you don't write a script on the first visit for a child. You don't write for at least 2 weeks. So come back in 2 weeks, I'll write you a script. Well, dad's psychiatrist is saying, no, I know all of that, but I'm telling you, we've waited, and it's crisis time, and write me a script. Well, they're arguing, he won't leave. So then Popper remembers this bottle of Empower Plus, and he pulls it out, and he explains to the guy where he got it and why he thinks it's just bullarchy. But he says, you won't leave my office without something here. And the guy's like, well, okay. And then Popper tells the court, he says, I'm waiting for my phone to ring, because he says when a child is that bad, you're always babysitting the parents because they can't take it. And so he's waiting for the phone to ring. It doesn't ring. The next day, it doesn't ring. The next day, it doesn't ring. I think day 4, it rings. And dad's going, I don't believe it. Like, the child's just so improved. I've never seen anything like this. And Popper's thinking, okay, placebo effect, right? Placebo effect. So Popper wisely says, well, this is great, but let's keep our 2-week appointment and we'll see you in 2 weeks. And dad's like, great idea, see you in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks comes up, the child comes in, and Popper says, you wouldn't recognize this kid. He's calm, he's making eye contact, he sits down nicely, you ask him a question, he answers you in full sentences. He says, he's never seen anything like it. He's still thinking it's placebo, he's just never seen anything like this. Well, don't you know a bottle of Empower Plus lasts 2 weeks? And the parents say, we've ordered more, but it hasn't come yet. Well, no worries, off you go. Well, a couple days later, the phone rings. And dad's in distress saying, my child's raging again, this is all back. And this is December. He says, we haven't been able to go anywhere as a family for years. Like, he's doing so well, we booked a ski vacation. What do we do? And Popper's like, I'll figure something out. So he goes to the health food store, he spends hours looking at products to come up with a combination that basically approximates what's Empower Plus, and he gives it to the dad psychiatrist, and they go on their trip and come back and say, he's about 60% as well as he was. And the teacher says about 60% as well. And Popper said, okay, when I heard two different sources giving me the same report, then I know there's something to this. Empower Plus came, child got perfectly well again. So then Popper, he had an adult patient, even though he takes patients that are only children and adolescents, they grow up. So he's got this adult female, and he said it didn't matter what treatment I tried, like what drug cocktails. She was just suffering. She wasn't doing very well. So he gave her the option to try Empower Plus, and she took it, and she got well. So then he gave all of his patients the option to try Empower Plus, and he told the court, Empower Plus destroyed his practice. Destroyed his practice. And when I asked him to explain, and when we're talking life and death here, when I asked him to explain, he said, listen, before Empower Plus, I had to meet with every patient every week because I'm managing their side effects and I'm counseling them not to commit suicide. He got the worst of the worst. He would get the children and adolescents other psychiatrists in the Boston area couldn't handle. So he says he had to meet with every patient every week. Well, half of his patients go on Empower Plus. He says the Empower Plus patients, well, I meet with them every 3 to 6 months. I'm not managing any side effects, like they're back at work, they're back at school, it's like we're having coffee. So he said I had nothing to do. So he had to take on way more patients. It took him time to build up his practice because he could have like way more patients. Because some of his patients still don't, I mean, he gives them a choice. You either choose or you don't choose. So he's on the stand and I ask a question that was improper to ask. And I say, Dr. Popper, if you got bipolar, if you came down with bipolar, what would you do? Now you can't ask an expert that question. It's improper, but here's where it gets fun, is the judge says to the Crown, are you going to object? And the Crown stands up and says, well, I actually want to hear the answer. And then the judge says, I do too. So, and Popper explained he would try Empower Plus because if it's going to work, you're 100% well without side effects. And so obviously I'd try that first. And he also said the patients that he got off the psychiatric drugs because they went on Empower Plus, he says 100% of them made a point of explaining to me they can't believe how clear life is. And he says we are dramatically underestimating how much of a mental fog we're putting people in with these antidepressants. That, watch my opening this morning, they don't work. I mean, we go into that and some of the research there. So this is life and death. We have to let people know there's other answers. And so, we drafted this Charter of Health Freedom. We're marching across the land holding events like this to draw attention to it. And then we started, and we're just a small little group. We started a paper petition. And the petition, we're asking you to sign it. It just calls on Parliament, pass this thing. Well, don't you know, and just like health food stores and just concerned citizens over the years getting these filled out, we have now over 150,000 signatures. And the Clerk of Petitions tells us that makes us the third largest petition in Canadian history. So isn't that cool? So we're driving them across the land to Ottawa. We're having an event on October 25th on Parliament Hill at 1 o'clock. I expect to see all of you here. No, seriously. And some people have said, we will come. So please, it's history in the making. We're going to give them to MP Blaine Calkins, who will have them vetted by the Clerk of Petitions and then entered. And we also decided, we're trying to create awareness by driving across the country and holding these in-person events, but we're broadcasting during the day all these pre-taped interviews. Like parts of it are live, like the opening's live, this is live, so that the forbidden evidence, the forbidden fact that people are alive or cured by this, the benefits, the forbidden benefits, we're sharing them so that all of Canada can come to understand our system is broken. We're hurting people. This isn't a legal problem. This is a spiritual problem. And we need you to participate. We need you to take part in what's happening. So, you know, if you don't already follow NHPPA.org, we have a newsletter. We only send out about 75 a week. No, I'm just kidding. Once a week, except for during this tour, we're up to twice a week. So you'll never unsubscribe because we've pestered you. But we let you know about events like this, and we have campaigns. So right now you can send an e-letter off our website. We make it easy. You can send an e-letter to your MP saying, pass the charter. We've got these paper postcards. Please fill one out and put it in the mail. I know we got a mail strike, but they're going to get bags of mail once the mail strike's over. And we're selling them at cost for you to give to other people and get them out there. It makes a difference. You know, we've had MPs, because we've been fighting the self-care framework for about a year and a half. We've had MPs send us photos of their closets filling up with our postcards. But we're not there yet. And I don't know where our health policy is coming from. You know, when Trudeau was still our prime minister, he spoke openly about us being a pan-national state. So maybe our health policy is coming from outside. Maybe it's our cabinet committee structure, because if you read our constitution, the executive is the king, it's not the cabinet. And our constitution sets up the Privy Council office to advise the king on executive matters. And they've set up this cabinet committee structure. And I'm told by, you know, a close acquaintance who used to be in the Privy Council office in Canada and the Privy Council office in Australia, and developed a very important policy for both countries. So he's an insider. He says, it doesn't matter which government's in power. It's very, very difficult for them to change the policy set by this cabinet committee structure. It could be that's where we have to draw attention and ask for change. I don't know. But it seems to be, as of yet, the MPs seem to be powerless. There's no political downside to them passing the Charter of Health Freedom. There's no political downside on going back to the way we were, where we were foods and we didn't have to fight to have access to nutrition. Like in the United States, they have an act called the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1994, where they're classed as foods, they're deemed by law to be safe, and they're protected. The FDA, by law, is not supposed to, you know, try to take one off the market unless there is real evidence of harm, because when Congress held hearings into it, the experts were so clear. Again, you're below this de minimis line, and so you can overreact and cause more harm because they're beneficial. So FDA, you need to be careful and make sure you really have evidence, because, you know, the odd time a product spiked or the odd time we actually don't know. Like, you know, we're going to have a gentleman come up and speak about DMSO, which just does amazing things. But if you're on a blood thinner, you need to be careful, right? So in the US, but they're presumed by law to be safe, and they were more concerned about attacking the benefits than the risks. But in Canada, we're the opposite. But what's the political downside of going back to the way we were? What's the political downside of harmonizing with the United States, where we're foods? Because again, most of the natural health remedies are just vitamins and minerals that we actually need. So why are they classed as drugs? This is a political decision. And for whatever reason, every MP in the last parliament, there are only 338 of them, now there's 340, every single one knew as a fact that this was the biggest issue for Canadians. They wanted this nonsense to stop. So there's no political downside. The government would be a hero. The Liberal government would be heroes if they passed this. But we're expecting resistance. And so we want everyone to participate with us. So, you know, subscribe to our newsletter, follow us on social media. Very shortly, we're going to be doing a campaign. There's a private members bill introduced, Bill 224, that's going to help kind of roll back some of the scary things that came in the 2023 budget. And we're going to be asking you to support it by sending letters to your MP. And we'll have samples, or you can send her e-letters, or here are the points, here's a discussion paper, educate yourself. That's what we do. But we rely on ordinary citizens. We're literally a handful of people that just get together to educate you and hold events like this to empower you. And then, pray for us, because that's the most important thing. We all know really what's going on here. So, so Adam, let's get you coming up here, and let me grab a mic for you. Oh. There you go.
Oh,
so
thanks. Working?
it should be working. So let's have a seat. And so this is Adam Campbell. And Adam has agreed on the last minute. Yes, thank you. To come up and share. At some events, we just have speaker after speaker, and the crowd gets the benefit. They don't have to speak to me so much. This event we just had, it wasn't there, and I actually approached Adam and just said, hey, I'd like to hear you about this story. Will you share it? So Adam, can you share with us what happened involving your wife?
In 2009, my wife unexpectedly had a stroke. We didn't realize she had heart arrhythmia, so she had a clot from top left ventricle. And it was severe enough she lost her left-hand eyesight, but otherwise she recovered quite nicely. And since then, we've been really health fanatics. We supplement, we practice more or less a carnivore style diet, which is important to people who have a stroke. You really should have a high fat diet because that's what your brain runs on. So if you want to recover from a stroke, do high fat. So everything was fine. We were in Portugal and Spain in February, and a week after she came home, unexpectedly, she had another stroke, a very bad one. She was basically delirious for about 4 to 5 days. She was paralyzed down the right side. And then when we got out of that, she was recovering quite well, which I have to say, I think is because we supplemented. She had high nutrition. We did everything that we thought was right because and the recovery was going quite well. But unfortunately, where the stroke hit was back up here on the left-hand side of the brain, in a region that deals with speech and communication. So for you people that might know, she has apraxia and aphasia now. So basically, she can talk, in her head, she's talking quite fine. It's going, but she can't voice it through her tongue and her larynx. So that's a problem. Everything's working up here, but can't get a message out. Now she can communicate by notes really well. That was a problem we'll start with. So that's to explain what happened. So in hospital, I'm sneaking in ribeye steaks and butter and her vitamin D and other things that they won't give in hospital. So that helped her recovery as well.
There's, can somebody report the violations to Health Canada? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
It was quite humorous, actually. So then she's back home, and we're trying our best in nutrition and all the rest of it, and working really hard. But she's very frustrated, getting depressed because she can't communicate, and it was a problem.
Now, before you go on, the medical system did tell you what her chances of recovering her speech were, and I think that's important to share.
So basically what you get is you get your speech therapy, and you're in recovery. And they say that in the first 6 weeks, you can really tell if something's going to come back. After 6 weeks, it gets harder. And then you go until about a 6-month period, and it might come back a little bit, but basically that's it. That's the way you're going to be. If you're paralyzed, you're not going to get better. If you lost your speech, it's not going to get better. So actually, from a really good doctor friend of ours, we found out about DMSO for aches and pains. So my wife had a sore knee, so we started treating her sore knee with DMSO. And wouldn't you believe it, within a few days, she started getting a few more words. And then I go online.
No, let's back up. She could struggle to maybe give you one word at a time.
Yeah, one word. It'd be one word, and it would be incredibly frustrating to do it. And it was basically communication by notes. Her writing skills came back quite well. Her spelling's never been quite the same since, but she gets through pretty good. So the DMSO is helping with the knee problem, but it's also, you seem much happier. You don't seem so frustrated. you seem to be able to communicate slightly better. There's a 1 or 2 or 3 words coming together, short sentences. So then you go online and you do your research. And I think it's a Midwest doctor that's it does a lot on X and on YouTube. And lo and behold, DMSO, they recommend it for recovery from stroke. And seemingly what they think is happening, they've got a good inclination what's happening, it actually helps to reconnect the synapses in the brain. So actually you're creating new connections there. So to say that DMSO is a cure, no, you can't say it's a cure because we're doing so many other things. But there definitely seems to be a connection there that she's much happier. She's in a much better space than she was. We were just away on holiday in BC. We're going to go away this winter to Europe. We're not going to stay here in the winter. And the thing is, like, she's made a lot of recovery and DMSO, and you don't have to do it continually because of the interaction with the blood thinning drugs. You got to be really careful because DMSO can interfere and thin your blood too much. So then you're at risk of bleeding internally. One of the things I would say was that, and this is not medical advice because I'm not a doctor, but if you have somebody in your family that has arrhythmia and is on blood thinners, have a bottle of DMSO just handy. Because what they're recommending you do is as soon as somebody has a stroke, apply that to their neck. You can do it under your arms or on the base of your feet, because what you have to realize with DMSO is it's a solvent and it will go directly into your bloodstream. So one of the things when we're talking to people and they're interested is we say, whatever you do, do not put clothing on top of your skin after you put a DMSO on, because it will absorb any chemicals in your clothes directly into your bloodstream. So if you've used any conditioners or anything else, and it does cause skin irritation. My wife is Asian. She's darker skin, and for some reason, DMSO does not cause so much skin irritation on people with darker skin, which is weird. But the other thing, one thing I would like to say as well is here, is you spoke a lot about depression earlier. I don't know, are people aware of the activated form of vitamin D? There's an activated form of vitamin D that goes to work in your system within about 4 hours. You cannot get that in Canada. You might get 1 pill on prescription, but if you go to Spain or Italy, you can go into the pharmacy, and as long as the pharmacist knows that you know what you're talking about, he will prescribe it. He just gives it to you over the counter. I think it was about 15 euros, something like that, for 10 pills. So if you're coming down with severe flu, or you've got an infection, or you've got something going on, depression's a big one. Depression, I've given it to friends with depression, just told them, here, try this. Within a few days, it'll help. If you've got an infection, it works quicker than antibiotics in the body. But it's one you were speaking about. Why the hell can we not get something that's perfectly safe and you can use it? The only thing you have to remember is to use it with magnesium, because it depletes magnesium in the body. But I don't know if you've ever heard of that one before. But
Well, my thing is always get advice. You have to supplement.
yeah, you have to
But
supplement.
go to somebody who knows, who will set you up with a regime.
Yeah.
Like they'll ask a whole bunch of questions to figure out your situation. But it's just, you've got a supplement. Now, I wanted you to talk about, you were talking about a carnivore diet for strokes. And I can tell you've done a bunch of research.
Yeah.
So can you maybe talk about, so if somebody's had a stroke, what type of diet should they be on?
Exact opposite diet that the hospital gives you. So when you're in the hospital, what they'll give you is a high carb diet. What you have to get is animal fats. So a ribeye steak is probably the easiest way to go. So ribeyes, butter. We make our own yogurt at home with half and half cream. So it's high fat yogurt. My wife does noticeably better if she's got her intakes of fat. If we lapse a little bit, which you won't have pasta some nights, you won't do whatever, you can notice it the next day. But basically, I give a lot of credit to her recovery is because of what we did prior to the stroke happening. And nutrition. And the other thing in nutrition is as well, one of the things is, you know, there's a big thing about eating grass-fed beef. I'm a farmer, actually. I've been in agriculture all my life. One of the things that you have to realize is that there's a big push for grass-fed beef, but you cannot let that be a limitation because it's really, really hard in Canada to get grass-fed beef. What you have to remember is the cow that eats the beef, the animal, is a biodigester. It will process most of the bad stuff in the feed out before it's put in the fat. So as long as your animal's outside and it's getting vitamin D from its sun, vitamin D is fat. All your fat solubles is in that layer of fat around the meat. And that's why we like ribeyes, because the fat is marbled through meat. And one interesting thing, because I can't shut up sometimes, but one interesting thing is, do you know what marbled meat is? When we look for that really marbled meat, that's an animal that's fed on a high carbohydrate diet. That marbling is actually a diabetic cow or a diabetic animal. Because if you're a diabetic and you can't, and when your body can't put more fat on, it stores it in between the layers of your muscle. So people that are really fat, that extra fat is stored in the layers of the muscle. So good for us, we get it there. But and the other thing, like, I mean, I'll say, like, I'm a big, huge fan of vitamin D, and we've been doing it for years. And Health Canada is ridiculous. I can order my stuff out of the US and it just arrives. And I take 10,000 international units a day in the summer and 20,000 in the winter. And I've been doing that and my wife has been doing that now. We've been doing that for about 5 years. We get our blood tested for vitamin D every 6 months, and it's optimal. But you cannot do things like that without testing. You got to look after yourself. Sorry.
You know, there's a wide range, there's a wide area of safety, but again, I always recommend that you get some advice just so that things are optimized. And, you know, even on what brands to take and things like that, because they're absolutely different. So I'm absolutely fascinated, Anna, because, you know, the government's taught us, oh, we need to be low fat, low fat, low fat. But the reality is every cell wall needs fat. good fats.
Yeah.
And our brain needs tons of fat, tons of cholesterol.
Every cell in your body has got a lipid particle around it, which is a fat particle. So if you go on a low fat diet or a no fat diet, your cells can't function the same. One of the things as well, I was in agriculture for over 40 years before I retired. Just recently, I was with a seeds company at the time. Is the one thing I would recommend you do not use is canola oil, sunflower oil. At a push, I'm in the business, okay? And I know canola oil. I know how it's processed, how everything's done to it. It's like, don't take it. You know,
it's interesting.
not medical advice, okay?
Well, I'll give medical. We're not doctors. We can do this. We're not practicing or charging. But I remember hearing it was Dr. Jerry Tennant. He was the first that told me about canola oil. And he's wasn't even talking about the processing and the chemicals, but it's just in your cell wall. It'll take it up and use it, but it's not permeable.
No.
So it's like basically, you know, do anything you want in this life, jump out of airplanes with parachutes and all of that. Don't eat with canola oil, but we deep fry in our restaurants with it because it doesn't go rancid. And it used to be, like canola oil was an industrial lubricant. You had to basically wear a hazmat suit to handle it, but we'll eat it in our fries.
And actually it's really processing that goes through. As it goes rancid, more or less immediately you crush it, it goes rancid. So that's a problem. That's why they have to do so much stuff with processing, and it goes rancid very quickly when you fry with it as well. And like, you know, it's like you have to go back to past generations to see how healthy they were and how long they lived. And personally, myself, and I think one of the problems my wife has had coming from Asia. She grew up in an island in Thailand, and it was like an idyllic sort of thing that we think about. but it wasn't. They had so much pollution on the island. One of the things they used to do was they used to paint the walls with DDT for mosquitoes. And DDT was, you know, when she was young, DDT was used a lot. The island my wife comes from, that's the main cause of death with women, is the exact same form of stroke she had. And you go into Thailand, parts of Thailand you go to, kidney disease is chronic because of the chemicals they use. And at least here, we're using stuff that's not very nice, but we try and use it carefully. So
I don't share your confidence there, Adam, but
yeah,
you know, at all. But I'm just fascinated on the diet. Are there any other things? So it's just there'll be people watching that won't know. Wait a second, if I've had a stroke or somebody close to me has had a stroke, that diet can be really important. So I'm really wanting to make sure anyone watching understands.
You have to understand how your brain works, and your brain doesn't really function well on carbs. Your brain works really well on ketones, and it's quite hard. We find it incredibly difficult to get into ketosis, where our body's using ketones instead of carbs. But the thing is, if you don't have to be very smart, because I've done it, and what you have to do is you have to go online and listen to reputable doctors. There's very reputable doctors. There's cardiac surgeons that are on there that will tell you they want you off a carbohydrate diet. You can reverse type 2 diabetes. That's why I got on it to start with, because my blood sugars were getting bad. My H1C, was getting bad, so I had to do something. So that's why I started on it, and then my wife and I both prefer it now. The other thing as well is if you're on a kind of restricted income, it's hard to eat steak, but you can eat bacon. Has gotten expensive, but bacon is incredibly good for you because it's got nitrates in it, which opens up your blood vessels. So bacon is actually really good for you.
But I thought, Adam, well,
Canadians.
So you're the first person I've ever heard say that, and I'm like everyone else in this room. I want to thank you for giving us permission to eat bacon.
Yeah.
So, but isn't it crazy? Because can anyone think of a single guideline? Like, remember, eat margarine. Like,
margarine.
I don't know about you, but I eat butter.
Yeah, butter.
And like, it's like, what thing have we been told is correct? There's got to be one. I just haven't identified it yet.
But no, but the problem is, like, what I wanted to say was, if you're on a restricted income, or people are on a restricted income, one of the easiest things you can do for yourself is eat sardines. Don't put them on a toast. You just have your sardines, and that's a really good source of fat, like there. So I mean, I'll say, but the thing is, again, my wife and I go to Portugal a lot, and the sardines in Portugal are not the same sardines as we get in Canada. So try and get ones that are from Portugal. They're way better for you. But the thing is, a carnivore diet doesn't work for everybody. But I mean, I'll say it's an elimination diet. And you were talking about bipolar before. One of the things that you'll hear from people is an improvement in their mental health, because wheat, especially wheat, is associated with bipolar and different types of mental illness. So when you're talking earlier about you're supplementing, so are you supplementing for something that by eating a high carbohydrate diet, especially wheats, is blocking in your system? So maybe you want to try elimination. Do what you're speaking about is really good, but eliminate some stuff out your diet. Just try a carnivore diet.
I mean, I think the optimal is if we just got our food supply giving us what we needed again.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't need to supplement. I mean, that one message I think is we have to start taking responsibility.
Yes, and as a farmer, I know perfectly well our soils have been depleted since probably since the mid 1930s. We've been depleting our soil dramatically. And as a farmer, I used to actually spray on magnesium, manganese, copper, zinc on these things on my crops to improve my yields. But very few farmers do that because it tends to be a little bit expensive, and it goes against the grain. pun intended. But the thing is, like, no, you just cannot trust what you're getting in your food supply now. And that's one of the reasons we like to go to the Mediterranean countries, Portugal, Spain, Italy, those places, because the food is produced locally. And their soils are not depleted like our soils are. They're more in a system where they're putting animal manure back on the soil, and the rotation is much better. Plus their fish plays a big part in their diet. But the thing is, like, for my health, I'm out of here for 4 months this winter. I'm going to get my son in Portugal, and I'm going to get my good food in Portugal.
I think we all need to start living like Adam.
Yeah,
So, because I'm already getting, upset that it's cold and dark out there.
I think Health Canada should actually, it would be cheaper for Health Canada to send us all to Portugal than put us in a delivery system.
Okay, so we're going to have to start a petition here.
Yeah.
So I think it starts here, and it starts now. Adam, pleasure.
Thank you.
I try to ask every guest, what would your message to Ottawa be?
Oh, I think, like, my big fear is that the financial interests through pharmaceutical companies are playing such a big role that we have to make, and one of the things is to declare, people shouldn't be allowed to leave politics and go on to pharmaceutical companies afterwards. And I think, unpopular as it might be with lots of people in Canada at the moment, but God bless Donald Trump and Robert Kennedy, because they're doing so much. They are doing so much in the US, which will filter into here. The other thing I would like to say is, you're talking about natural products. I would also like to piggyback on that and say the right to try. Because if you've got cancer or you've got something else, there might be a pharmaceutical product out there that's going to help. And why should we, just because Canada government hasn't approved it, it's like ivermectin. Like these things, like, why shouldn't we be able to try something? And the other caveat to that is we should be allowed to educate ourselves. So I'm also worried about a lot of censorship that's going to start to happen if we go down this line.
Those are wonderful messages. Adam, a pleasure.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah. So, Teresa, can I get you to come up and just share on what we can do next? So this is my wife, Teresa, and she is one of these, yes. Yeah, she needs an applause for that. I used to be involved in the National Citizens Inquiry until the spring, and most people don't know, because I'd be in front of the camera for that. Oh, boy, you were so involved. But Teresa set up and ran the communications, and after the first set of hearings, basically ran it until we resigned after the March hearings this year. So basically, she's done more than anyone else in setting up and running it. And the NHPPA, we were totally floundering with this product, or this tour. Like, how do you get volunteers in a whole bunch of different places, organized and excited, and get it? I just brought her in, and it's happening. So, yeah. So thank you, Teresa, and I know you have something to share.
Thank you, Shawn. And thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. This is, like, by far, like, you guys rock. You are the liveliest group across Canada thus far. I just have to say. And I know the AV team that is watching right now, I know they're probably nodding their heads as well. So thanks again for coming out. And like Shawn had mentioned, I normally don't go in front of the camera, or I don't talk, at least not in front of the camera, but I talk a lot at home. So Shawn's actually the introvert, and I'm not the introvert. So it's true. Yeah, and he's silent. So when Shawn asked me to come on and help with the NHPPA, I agreed. I don't recall actually signing the volunteer form, but apparently I did. But what really stuck with me was after us volunteering for the other organization, people would come up to us and say, well, that's great, but what good did that do? I mean, it was a valid question, right? And, you know, some people could see the change, some people couldn't, but it always stuck. And so trying to figure out how I could help Shawn with the charter tour, I was really struggling because what can you do, right? If we're just all sitting here, what can we do? And it came to me about 3:30 in the morning. A very good friend of mine upstairs told me, yeah, what? Yeah. He reminded me that I complicate everything. And I do, and I think we all do. And what he said was, you just have to tell people to tell people. We can no longer accept this information that we're receiving. Communicate with safe people that we know will not criticize us. Maybe juggle it around with a couple of other people that are kind of safe. And then take the flyer, crumple it up, and put it in the recycle bin. We can't do that. We can't do that anymore. There's people that are really, really suffering right now in Canada. And they're actually now on the front lines of being assaulted. So regardless of where you may have sat over the past 4 or 5 years with the other experiences that maybe collectively we've all had, these people, there's a vast majority of people right now that are experiencing this pain and this assault right now, and they think they're alone and they're suffering. So the instructions are that we can no longer just tell people. We actually have to go out and instruct them to tell someone else. And if
Instruct them to instruct someone to tell someone else.
It's that L'Oreal hair, you know, commercial for the women of the 60s. But it truly is. Like, if you don't feel comfortable speaking to people that have rejected you in the past, then go talk to the store clerk, because she needs to hear it. And then instruct her to share it with someone else. It's grade 10 math. This is what he said. It's calculus. It's just exponential. If the group here all went out and instructed a few people to say it one more time, and ask them to say it one more time, we're out of this mess. We're there.
And this is unobjectionable. You can be on the right, you can be on the left, you can be pro something or anti something. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you were, you know, in the conversation we've had over the last several years, because we're actually just talking about access to natural remedies. We're talking about health information. We're talking about Canadians sharing their stories of things that and this interests everyone. Like, if you watch this online health show that we're broadcasting, and again, it will be, you know, then the tape of the broadcast, it will be available forever. It will astound you what's being said, and it'll astound anyone, and anyone watching it, regardless of right, left, up, down, whatever the issue is, they'll come to understand, wait a second, I need to start taking personal responsibility for myself and my family. And that is a service. And people that have lost hope, or know people that have lost hope, they'll say, well, wait a second, that might not be the answer, but there's answers out there, and I can keep looking. And this is where we need to go. And if we don't create this critical mass, we can't get out of this, because we could have wonderful health policy. You know, the chemical drugs have a place, surgery has a place, but it has a place, not as the sole answer, and especially for chronic illness. And, you know, when we're engaging the medical system, and what's really happening is it's chronic malnutrition creating conditions. Going to the medical doctor is like asking a blind person to help you across a busy intersection, because they're deliberately not trained. And most of them are there because they genuinely want to help people, and they are helping people, but we're not getting the best health outcomes by design. And we have to have this conversation, and the way to do it is to get people engaged in this health show.
So if you haven't already, there's a sign up sheet back there for signing up to our newsletter, NHPPA.org. There's fantastic materials that we have, e-letters. If you're on social media, there's social media posts. By the time we get to Ottawa on the 25th, this is clearly not the destination. This is just the starting line. So we're just asking you guys, our friends that we're meeting, to why don't you just join us? And let's see from the starting line what then happens.
And then also, please support us financially. So I know we had a donation thing when you came in, before you came to realize how important this is. But, you know, we're hoping to recover our costs as we march across Canada. And I hope you now agree, so, you know, revisit that donation tin. Now agree that it's important that we keep sharing this message, because your eyes have been opened up today. You were in the dark, and now some light is shown in, and you're seeing things differently. And help us to help others see things differently. We believe that this is not a legal battle. There's something much deeper happening, and we really need to start people seeing things differently. And we're inviting you to help us with that. So,
Thank you.
Okay, and so that will be it tonight for the online health show and for the in-person event. Thank you so much. And Saskatoon, this was just a wonderful event, and thank you so much, Christ the Healer Church, for hosting us.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on Unscrew the News and the world's greatest health show. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you tuning in and learning at the same time. So let's stay sane together. Keep your head on a swivel. Thanks for being here, and God bless you all. This is Bruce, and I'm out of here. Thank you so much for watching Unscrew the News. I appreciate your participation in freedom in Canada. Share this information and help others to wake up. God bless.